You are watching the Vodka stream.
You are indeed watching the Vodka stream. What is happening, everybody? Welcome. We made it through another week. Oh, hopefully you guys are doing good. A little mood music right there. All right. How we doing out there? Hopefully good. Changing it up a little bit tonight. I'm going to be drinking some white wine. That's right. Some Pinot Gris. Feeling a little whiny tonight, I guess. But I do have a shot of vodka right here. So I'm going to take a shot of vodka just to keep up, appearances when it comes to the stream. So cheers, guys. Woo, baby. There we go. Oh, man. Oh, we got plenty to talk about tonight and to rant off about and everything like that. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Do all the things that you do if you haven't done them already, and hopefully leave some comments, have some fun, do all the things. Who's out there? What do we got? We got Monique right here. Happy Friday to you as well. Celebrating your birthday. Well, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Monique. Happy birthday to you. So did you make it? You should be making on your birthday. What are you doing? But hey, it's fine. Jesus Christ, you should create a cookbook. Mayo, Parmesan chicken breasts, buttered peas, and baked sweet potato fries. Lovely. Love that. Not big on the peas, which I've said before, but buttered, maybe they'll be better buttered. But happy birthday. Happy birthday. Hopefully you're having a good one for sure. For sure. And Mr. Jason McKenzie, cheers, sir. Always helping out the pirate ship. Of course, super chats are welcome, guys. And especially when the panel is on. Obviously, if you want have a question for the panel, you can, super chats are, of course, going to be answered always. Cheers. From my friend from the land down under. Good to see you, Jason. Always great to see you. And again, happy birthday, Monique. We got Mr. Ryan right here. What is happening? We got Ghoul. What's going on, bud? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. We got Kev. What's going on, Kev? Yeah, it's been a while, man. I saw Backrooms. That was interesting, but I can't wait to watch the extended cut of Obsession. That's right. We're already getting we're getting the Barker cut. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, there's apparently Obsession actually hasn't they rated the first cut, or at least like the first cut that they were trying to not the assembly cut, but hey, here we go, it's done. They rated it NC-17, so they had to cut down. This is why we've talked about it on DC Fanimated, and Scott's talked about it here, but Scott McClellan has a little bit of condition where if he sees something gory, there's a chance that he might just pass out from it. It's like a certain condition that some people have where you never know when it's going to strike, but something could just automatically. So he was asking me about Obsession. Can I handle Obsession? Because he really wants to watch Obsession. I'm like, I don't know, man. There's some gory moments. There's some moments. It's not all gore. It's not a gore fest, but there are some moments. And apparently there was something where they had to cut it down. They had to cut Obsession down because it was too gory. And I mean, if you watch the movie, the certain moments. What's going on, Mr. Dell? Good to see you, buddy. All right. Down the city. What's going on, Taladia? Oh, it's great to see you out there. We got MFer. Hope everyone's having a guess. I know some people are already in the future. So good to see ya. What's going on, Phil? Sup? What's happening? We got Mama Film Junkie here. Hey, everybody say hi to Mama Film Junkie. She's supposed to be at the Dodgers game tonight, but couldn't go. Got a little injury, but she's in good spirits. But cheers, Mom. Love you, of course, and everything. So go Dodgers, of course. I can't believe I said that, but I'm saying it tonight. Even the Giants are winning at least. So that's good. What's going on, Versus Seed? What is your? I'm trying to see. What is your profile picture now? Is that Madam Web and somebody else? I can't tell. You have to wait to see the Obsession and Backrooms. That sucks, but it's okay. It's not. I mean, both of those movies are making their money. Obsession's already made the money back, then some, and then the Backrooms is also going to do the stuff too. So, what's going on, Devin? Hey, Dave. The X-Men. Yeah, I saw that. Season 2 is so fire. The shot the X-Men at the end. I'm not going to lie. I think the X-Men shot way better than the Avengers. Ooh. Well, I mean, come on. There you go. All right. Good. Never seen a horror type movie in theater. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not for everyone, Not for everyone. Not for everyone right there. So, yeah. But, Mama Film Junkie, she broke the wrist, but she's doing it. She sent me a funny picture yesterday, which was cool, Yep, she broke her wrist. She was fighting crime, that's what she does. Still, she just still does it. I keep telling her, like, hey, just let me handle it, but she still wants to go fight crime. So she was fighting some crime. That's what was happening. So it's King Toby. Oh, it is. Okay, so that is Toby. You couldn't tell. I couldn't tell because of the sunglasses. So good times. But guys, make sure you hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't, do all the things. Leave a comment too when you leave. So we got plenty to talk about, of course. Like I said, hopefully you had a good week. It's kind of like interesting. Sometimes I'm going, was there things to talk about? Now, I do want to have some Spider Noir talk tonight with the panel. I have not watched anything yet. I know, I suck. I haven't watched any Spider Noir. I plan on watching some of it this weekend. So I have not seen Spider Noir, but, if anybody that is on the panel that has seen it, I want to get their take on it. I've been seeing nothing but great things about Spider Noir. So I do want to get around to it. So just seeing everybody's just saying that Nicolas Cage is Nicolas Cage. I mean, come on. It's the Cage. It's the Cage. So, but what I did though see yesterday was the Backrooms. Oh man. My top 3 movies are Obsession, The Backrooms, and Project Hail Mary. Now, where do they lie in the top 3? I don't know. But I'm just saying. Really liking these movies, some of these movies this year, and we're going to be diving in. I mean, we are going into summer blockbuster season big time now. We always get the little tease at first, but now we're diving into it. We're going head first right into it. We got He-Man next week. We're diving into June. We got Scary Movie 6. We got Supergirl. We got Disclosure Day. Oh man, we're diving into the summer blockbuster season. I love it. It's always fun. The next 2 months, just movie after movie after movie, and big movies. But at the same time, I still want to watch these little movies. I'm making an effort. I think I'm going to try to see that Tuner movie either tomorrow or Sunday. I want to see that Tuner movie, which looks really good. So we'll see what happens with that. But yes, The Backrooms. This movie, I tell you what. I mean, and again, what I said in my first reaction, it's just kind of crazy how you have Obsession that was written and directed by Curry Barker. Had no idea what his name was. I just knew the guy and his friend. I knew the sketches because like during COVID, the pandemic, I was doing I mean, I have to say, I mean, it's so crazy that the pandemic, when we think about the pandemic, when it started in 2020, over 6 years ago. And then of course, just with everything with that, it's like, that's where I really like got into TikTok, and YouTube Shorts were becoming a big thing. So when I'd be scrolling through my phone, I'd come across Curry Barker and Cooper Tomlinson, the Bad Ideas YouTube channel. Really enjoyed their sketches. And then I also like go down a rabbit hole in the Backroom videos. I was like, what are these videos? These aren't real videos. What the hell are these videos? the back rooms? What are the back rooms? What the hell is going on? And I just went down the rabbit hole because I was so fascinated. I'm like, this is kind of cool. Like, this is interesting. This is mysterious. This is freaky. Because, I love me a good found footage movie or an anthology of movies. This is why I like the VHS movies. I love, because there is an added realism. Now, obviously, when it comes to found footage has been, squeezed out. There's like not much more you could do with found footage. But I will say that when it comes to the back rooms, yeah, there is found footage shots. And I thought the found footage shots in the back rooms were utilized to where they needed for the story. Big time. And it was awesome because I was going, how much are they going to utilize the found footage aspect? And we have to remember that the Backrooms takes place in 1990. So we have that added nostalgic effect to the movie, and we don't have these goddamn things. We don't have social media and everything. This is in 1990, so we get an old video camera, so it's all grainy and everything. So it worked. The found footage scenes really work in the back rooms. And like I said, the biggest thing that I was worried about was, how do you keep the mystery of the back rooms, but you also have to explain what exactly the back rooms are. And I love the fact that Kane Parsons, who was the creator when it came to these videos, on YouTube, how he is, of course, bringing it to a full-length movie, and it really caught the eye of a lot of people. I mean, it was kind of funny too, and this is kind of funny when it comes to the whole screening and everything. When it comes to the screening, so last night I had a funny little thing that happened last night, because technology failed me and I failed myself. Because there's two screenings that I was either going to go to. There was a 5 o'clock or a 6:30. And I was going, well, I think I can make the 5 o'clock showing. I usually get off work at 3 o'clock. I usually log out of work at 3 o'clock. And so I went, okay, let me, maybe I'll just do the 5 o'clock showing. But then I was like, well, I don't know. I don't want to rush myself, because, what ended up happening is I ended up editing a video from like 2 Film Junkie lives ago that I wanted to put out there. And it was about Sebastian Stan and his role in the Batman 2. You guys should watch it. You guys should watch it. I even posted the short today. You guys should watch it and pay close attention when you're watching it. But so I wanted to get that one out there. So I got that one out there, and then I was like, all right, I got to make my dinner. And so I went, okay, I don't want to rush. So I didn't go to the 5 o'clock showing, and there were seats in the 5 o'clock showing, like good seats. It wasn't like sold out yet. So then I went, oh shit, I forgot to buy my ticket for the 6:30 showing. It was the back part of the movie theater was sold out. And then I even looked at the other movie theater, the big theater, sold out. The middle part was all sold out. I'm like, all right, I don't want to drive, 35 minutes that way. I'm going to still go to the theater that's 18 minutes up the road. And I'm just going to, it's a smaller theater, but I'm just going to buy the second row. So I was in the second row, but it's reclined seats. It wasn't that bad. It's not that bad. So dumbass I am, because I get to the movie theater, I get a beer, I walk in, I get the thing, my phone scanned, and then I go to the bathroom, and then I walk back, and I'm going, oh shit. I'm like, what auditorium I am? I think she said 10. She said 10, I believe. So I'm walking up, and they have those digital posters. And of course, my luck, again, this is where technology failed me. Not once, but twice, but this is the first time it failed me. Their digital posters, they weren't up. There was like an error sign on the digital posters. So I was like, oh shit. So now I don't even know. Am I in the right theater? And then, of course, my phone, because the theater that is up the road is built like a fucking bomb shelter, and good old T-Mobile can't break through. So I can't even pull up on my phone anymore, because I was like, oh shit, maybe my Fandango app is still up, and I still have oh no, it's not. Oh, and then I'm trying to pull up. Am I in auditorium 10? Shit, I don't know. And I can't. I have no signal. I would literally have to go outside, but I have a beer in my hand. I can't do that. I can't. So I'm like sitting there going, oh shit, can't get any service. And then I look at my calendar, and my calendar, this is so stupid. My calendar, my Google Calendar pulls up. It shows my seat number, but not the auditorium number. So I'm like going, what the hell? So I just walk in. I'm like, I think she said theater 10. I walk in. There is a group of kids in this movie theater, and I'm going, oh my God. I find my seat in that second row. There's like a girl and her dad right over here, and I'm going, oh man, I feel like I'm in the wrong fucking theater. There's a lot of kids here. This is the Backrooms. Why is there a lot of kids? So I'm like nervous, and I'm still trying to get any signal on my phone. I'm going, oh my God. Well, if the movie starts at 6:30, I might be in good shape. And as soon as it started playing horror trailers, and I was like, all right, I think I'm good, guys. Anyways, it was just technology failed. My dumbass failed too. I thought I was in the wrong movie theater at first, because there was like a lot of young kids like in the movie theater. It's like, wow, for the Backrooms. Anyways, sorry, I just thought I'd go off on that little tangent right there and tell you about because I'm sure we've all been there, because we rely on the freaking digital stuff. I mean, obviously, if I just had an actual ticket, I know I ended up Google, high five on that one. High five on that. I know I ended up in the back rooms of the movie theater, almost. Jeez. But it was like I was like sweating. I'm going, am I in the right place? I know, but see but I do it through Fandango, and the thing is, yeah, I should have got the printed ticket. Yeah, I should probably do that, because sometimes I can't get signal, especially in that movie theater. But yeah, so once the horror trailers started, like I was like, all right, I think I'm in the right place. But then I was going, well, maybe this is a screening for Obsession. Oh no, like no, why would all these kids be here for Obsession? Because the Backrooms. See, one thing about the Backrooms is it's not like a gory movie. Yeah, there's a little bit of like, ooh, in the final act, yeah. But for the most part, it's not really a gory movie. It is more of a claustrophobic, what the fuck is happening mindfuck of a movie, So it's not, if you're worried about gore, you're not going to really get gore. You're not going to really get that. That's why, like, when I was talking about Scott McClellan and how he has a condition where gore can set him off, where he just passes out, he's going to be okay with this movie for sure, because there's nothing really gory. It's just everything is like, what the hell is going on? And already knowing and watching the videos, and the way that it opens is very much like how one of these videos opens, and everything's mysterious, and they do such a good job of building it up. And then the thing I was worried about the most was, how are they going to explain the Backrooms? Are they going to leave it mysterious and not really have an explanation? Or are they going to give an explanation and it's like, oh, they're going to go that way or something like that? Because I'm sitting there trying to guess, because they do not spoon feed you what is happening. They show you things and you go, wait, what? Oh. And then as the story goes along, it's beautiful script, beautifully written script, because as the story goes along, and once you realize a little bit of what is happening, you go, oh shit. And then when the final act is happening and there's like a whole thing that's going on, you go, oh, okay. And then it ends and you go, oh, yeah, sequel. And of course, they're already talking about a sequel. Kane Parsons is already talking about a sequel. So there's a lot on this bone that there is right here. And the explanation, which I won't say, we're not going to talk about it. I thought, because I'm sitting there going, is it this? Is it that? Is it that? And then all of a sudden, when you get it revealed with a very intense moment, there's a tension scene that you get it kind of explained, and you go, wait a minute, what? And then all of a sudden you see, and you go, wow. All right. So yeah, highly recommended. I'm loving it. And like I said, I love the fact that you have Obsession, then you got a Star Wars movie, and then you got the Backrooms. And the Star Wars movie is the one that's struggling at the box office. That's just kind of beautiful right there. I'm just saying. Look what's happening. Look what's happening. Just shows you right there. I mean, people are just kind of tired of like, oh yeah, I can go watch, the Mandalorian shoot some people and Grogu like sneezing and making baby sounds, or I can go watch some original movies and have like some things where you start really thinking about stuff. Because even Obsession kind of blows your mind a little bit when you kind of go like think about that too and think about what is happening. So I don't know. You just love to see it. You just love to freaking see it. Anyways, yeah. Markiplier took all the blood for his movie. Didn't leave any. Yeah, I know, right? Seriously, Jesus Christ. I mean, that's the thing. And an Iron Lung, it's now available to rent digitally and stuff. So like another movie that did very well at the box office for the budget, and he actually paid for that movie himself. I mean, we're really seeing that renaissance of, that's why I get upset with people. I keep on saying like, Hollywood's running out of ideas. I'm like, no, they're all out there. You just want to complain about the big movies. And as much as I'll still go see the big movies. There's the small movies that are here too, that if you keep complaining about it, they're right here. And then we got these YouTubers that are coming out with some original ideas, and they're coming out with these low budgets, and people are flocking to them. They're not flocking to Mandalorian and Grogu. Yeah, Mandalorian and Grogu is still making somewhat money, but they're not going to make their money back at the box office. They'll probably get the money's worth with the streaming for sure. They'll get the money back with that. That's why I made that joke that Mandalorian Grogu is going to do gangbusters on Disney Plus. It wasn't, and that's the thing. When it comes to that, every movie has a second life when it comes to digital and streaming. So that's what we have to consider. But of course, there's always going to be those, sticklers out there that think like, oh yeah, every movie has to make $1 billion now. Now, when it comes to certain movies, like your Mario movie, that's almost at $1 billion, but I don't know. It just seems, it's just very interesting. So anyways, all right, enough of that. Let's see. All right, let's talk about this. Hey, what's going on? Hey, we got Jordan in the chat. Chainsaw Reacts. Good to see you, buddy. You're gonna go see Masters of the Universe? Yeah, that's like gonna be like, Project Hail Mary was like I said, they always put one in March. They always put a big movie in March, and then and then we get another big movie. And then we get a whole other movie, and then Masters of the Universe is really setting off the summer blockbuster season, which is cool. This should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that one. All right, let's talk about this image right here. Let's talk about Henry Cavill and AI. Yeah, you heard me right. We're talking about Henry Cavill and AI, which is what I put in the thumbnail and stuff like that. And maybe some people are like, what the hell are you even talking about, Dave? Well, there's been 2 instances that has to do with Henry Cavill and some AI that went viral, and then even things that I've posted that took off as well that has to do with Henry Cavill, and it has to do with AI. And it was just very interesting because it was like, holy shit. Anytime you're posting something that has something to do with AI, or maybe it's been tweaked with AI, it's crazy. But and I always say AI is here to stay, guys. AI is here to stay. Whether you like it or not, it's here to stay. How you utilize it is really, it's up to you, and whether it's moral or not when it comes to a lot of this stuff. And that's I think that's the conundrum that a lot of things, because I can always guarantee if I'm going to post something and be saying like, oh, if I'm going to say those 2 letters, there's going to be some kind of controversy or something. And there definitely was, especially when it came to this image right here that Zack Snyder posted. And I'm sure you guys saw it. He posted a Superman image. Henry Cavill, Superman, obviously. So he posted this right here with the quote that says, "On my planet, it means hope. And it will always mean hope." And then I decided, I was like, you know what? Let's see how everybody reacts to this. Because I was like, yeah, it's AI, but it's cool. Because it is cool. I think it's a very awesome image. And I even ran it through some things and it said, yeah, it's AI. And then naturally, obviously you can see the views right there. It got 115,000 plus. So there's a lot of pushback. A lot of people liked it. A lot of people retweeted it too and everything. And of course, people were telling me that, were wanting me to basically delete this and say AI slop, AI slop, AI slop. But looking at the image, I thought it was cool. The cape looks cool. I love me some Superman capeness. And you got the light shining on him. You got some dust right here. Looks pretty cool. Obviously, if you zoom in a little bit, you kind of go, oh, yeah. You could kind of tell, yeah, this is AI. But the style of the art looks pretty sweet. And I don't think there's anything wrong with going, hey, that's kind of cool. The way that looks, I like that style. I don't think there's anything wrong with the fact that if you like the style of, I even, the same thing happened when I posted that clip of like a Superman clip that somebody made. I was like, oh yeah, I like that animation style. And then I got a bunch of people going, it was made with AI. How dare you? And I'm going, okay, but I'm talking about the style. So when it comes to that, some people are like, oh my God, Zack Snyder, I can't believe he's posting AI slop. Is that what he's resorting to? And blah, blah, blah. Well, first off, Zack is not totally against AI. He said utilize it as a tool. And if it needs to help people to make a bunch of movies, then by all means. He said this at a conference probably about 2 years ago. He said something, I think it was about 2 years ago. He talked about it. And I'm not even saying that he made this with AI. Like he was sitting at his desk and it was like, I'm going to make an AI image of my Superman. No, I don't. That's not the case. I think somebody else made it because it's not the first time that that's been done. Remember that other image that he posted where Superman was in the sky and the sky was all orange? That was also an AI image. And he just posted it because he thought it looked cool. And I don't think there's anything wrong with something looking cool. I don't know. But again, it's such a touchy subject that people will freak out. It's like, oh yeah, that looks cool. It looks fine. It's whatever. But at the same time, it's like, I also kind of go like, Zach, do you know what you're doing? Because the first indication that I was like, when I saw that, I went, oh, I saw somebody posted on Twitter and I went, oh, that's a cool image. Then I went to Zach's Instagram and the first indication that I went, oh yeah, that's AI, isn't it? That's an AI image, was Mr. Vega Official. I've talked about him. I've shown his work, who is like a digital animator guy. He was the first to comment about that on Instagram. I saw his comment under his Instagram and he was like, AI. And then people were like, no, it's not AI. And he goes, yeah, it's 100% AI. I was looking at the threads and other people were like, yes, it's definitely AI and everything. So I went, okay, one of those things too, where I'm like, Zach, do you know that you're posting something that's that? Does he care? First off, does he care? Or is he just like, hey, cool image, I'm going to post it. Or maybe he has somebody else posting and they're like, hey, I'm going to post this image using this right here. Is that fine? This caption, fine? I don't know. It's like one of those things where I'm kind of going like, cool image. And I get it's with AI, but is Zach aware of that or not? And do you realize that you're also, that's what it's like. I didn't have to put that caption, but I was kind of curious how people would react. And of course, people reacted. They were not, the anti-AI people came for that tweet for sure. Because I said, yeah, even though it's AI, the image looks cool. And they're like, nope, how dare you, sir? How dare you? So that's what's kind of interesting about that. And then we get Henry Cavill, poor guy. Not only was there that, but there was a not so flattering image of Henry Cavill that was floating around. And then people were like, what happened to Henry Cavill? Holy crap, look at Henry Cavill right here. And it's this image right here. So we have this image right here, which is not so flattering. I even sent this to one of my friends who loves Henry Cavill, and she was like, what the hell? He looks like a caveman. What's going on here? This, that, and this, blah, 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 blah. So I went, okay. I looked at that. I went, yeah, that's not a flattering shot and whatever. And then, of course, you know, people, this guy right here said, what happened to Henry Cavill? 2014, which he got his years wrong. This is actually 2013. And then he said 2026. To which I said, nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing happened, but an actor, he aged a little bit. He aged. Okay? He aged. That's what happens. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but sometimes people age. Actually, not sometimes, all the time. People age. And Henry Cavill has aged a little bit, but he's also aged very well. And it's so funny too, because some of the people that were pushing back on this on Twitter, I was like, let's see what you look like. Post a selfie. Let's see what you look like, because your profile picture is something else. It's another drawing, or it's a comic book character, or it's something else. Let's see what you look like. Never got any of those guys to post it, because why? They're probably hideous. They're probably hideous. They aren't going to freaking post their image. They're going to hide behind their profile picture. And don't worry, everyone. It was just a bad shot, because same thing. There's Henry Cavill looking fine right there. That's Henry Cavill. Yeah, maybe some people don't like the big curly hair, but whatever. That's from like the same thing. And then even right here, which is kind of interesting. So, little interesting, because AI, again, back to the AI thing. There's a community note right underneath that said the 2026 image is AI generated as part of a viral fake photo trend that does not show Henry Cavill's current appearance. Okay? So that's a community note right there. And I was like, okay, community note. Community note. So it gives this right here, which is kind of interesting. So it gives this. The community note literally gave a link of like, here's what Henry Cavill looks like right now. But it's a video for an AI tutorial. Oh, like, what are we doing here? Oh, what the hell? It literally gave an image for, you guys can't even see it. Okay, sorry. Hold on. I forgot that this is not like the normal thing that I use. But literally, this is what it shows right here. It gives you an AI tutorial by like, this is what Henry Cavill really looks like. And I'm like, you gave a link to a video that gives an AI tutorial. What are you doing, community notes? What are you doing? That's not right. Oh no, what the? And I'm like going, all right, community note, no. But then community note, the other link that it provided, hey, this one's correct. Because then, yes, you have what he was looking like when that picture was shown, and he looks perfectly normal. Okay? Perfectly normal. And then this was just recently on the Highlander set. He looks like Henry Cavill. He doesn't look like a caveman or whatever the hell. So what are we doing here, folks? Did somebody actually tweak that with AI? Or was it just a bad angle when Henry Cavill was like in motion and somebody snapped an image and put it online, and then people started doing that whole, because that's not the first actor that this has happened to. I've seen it with others. What happened to so-and-so? It is a trend. It is a trend. It is a rage baiting trend. Totally is. So it's like, what the hell, man? everything's just like you can't take anything too seriously. But I did find it funny though that of course, obviously the loud side of the Snyder fandom that is, of course, is always going after the DCU and constantly talking about the DCU and James Gunn and hoping that it fails. Those guys were, of course, defending this. Meanwhile, how many times did I see them post a not so flattering shot that they just freeze framed on Superman of David Cornsweet looking not so great? And then how many times have I seen those guys also shit on how Amelia Alcock looks? I just found that funny as well. I'm like, wait a minute. I've seen a lot of you guys, especially when it comes to Amelia Alcock and comparing to her, what she looks like. You've made fun of her looks while defending like what's going on here. I'm like, again, the hypocrisy runs rampant in fandom. You got people that are trying to drag Henry Cavill right here. And I was like, no, we're not doing this. And then some of these loud voices that are defending him, his diehard fans that aren't really his fans because they don't support his other movies. I don't think any of those guys that gave a shit about In the Gray. Of course, they didn't see that because they don't want to support that. They don't care about that. They want him only in the Superman costume, naturally. But it's just kind of funny seeing all that. It's just like, what the hell are we doing here? Oh, you got to love it. This is what sucks about the whole AI thing because you always have to question everything now. You see a video, you see something. I saw a video that looked really creepy about a fox that was in someone's yard and it got on its hind legs and it was kind of just like looking at the person with the camera and it looked really creepy. I'm going, yeah, it's probably AI. I don't even know what that is. What are we doing here? It's all just crazy. But yeah, sadly, when it comes to AI stuff, you have a cool image of Superman that Zack Snyder posted. And then people were dragging it going like, why is he posting AI stuff? And then, of course, the diehard fans are not even going to acknowledge that, too. And then you got Henry Cavill getting dragged for how he looks in this one image, which could have been tweaked by AI, or it just could be a bad image. We've all taken a bad image. You're walking around, someone snaps an image. We've all seen those images of ourselves that just like, oh, that's not flattering image. But then at the same time, when you got the people who are defending that, they're shitting on how Amelia Alcock looks as Supergirl, making fun of her looks. And again, it's just a bunch of people. It's a bunch of fucking assholes that are hiding behind their profile pictures. That's why when people were trying to say like, that's what Henry Cavill looks like. He's fucking good at all. He looks like that. I'm like, well, show me a picture of you. I'm sure you don't look. You're probably 15 years younger than he is, and you're probably hideous. You don't look like that. But you're one of those people that, oh yeah, good looking dude, you want to shit on him when you find a non-flattery image right there. That's all I wanted to rant on. It's just kind of crazy. But I love it. I love it when I try to say like, all right, if you want to make fun of someone's looks, by all means, let's see what you look like. And they never will show you. They never will show you. Yeah, it's always those faceless people. They will always, because everybody is safe behind their profile picture and their fucking keyboard, man. It's all pretty crazy. But I just love it how it's like, oh my God, what happened? It's like you're showing images like 15 years apart, 20 years apart. Like when they've done that with other actors. I'm like, it's like, what happened? It's like age happens. Like, what happened? What are we talking about here? It's so funny, but again, it was like, wait a minute. I've seen some of these accounts right here that are defending Cavill. They've gone to town on what Amelia Alcock looks like, which of course she's young, and you guys are just making fun of her looks. Oh, wait a minute. This is a new kind of hypocrisy. This is a new kind of hypocrisy. It's pretty sad. Pretty sad to see. Because like I said, these are the guys that have the hashtags. These are the guys that people see that are representing the Snyder fandom, and it sucks that's the case because they're constantly tweeting. And yeah, it just makes the fandom look bad. And it sucks. There's nothing you could do about it. Sadly, there's nothing you could do about it. Sadly, there's not. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with like the spacesuit and stuff like that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with like certain things looking weird. But you're just talking about the design of that. You're not talking about how she looks. They don't view celebs as humans. Yeah, people don't view celebs as humans. That's what's so weird. That the whole parasocial relationship that people have with celebrities and everything, it's all very weird. That's why I'm like, I really don't get starstruck. Like anytime I've met a celebrity, I don't really get starstruck because I know they're just like most of them are normal human beings. Not all of them. Like there's some that are like, I don't even know if you're in reality anymore. There's a lot of celebrities that don't even feel like they're in reality anymore. Talking about you, J-Lo. Yeah. Celebrities like that are not in reality anymore, and there's a good bunch of celebrities that are just not in reality for sure. But then there's some celebrities, and Henry Cavill's one of them. For God's sakes, like he posted a video of him building a goddamn computer. I mean, Henry Cavill was building a computer and just being like, yeah, this is me being me. It's me being me. So, yeah, it's just kind of ridiculous how things are. But I think that's all I really wanted to talk about when it came to that. But it just sucks that it was like, man, Cavill got the AI treatment. And it's like I said, I'm not like trying to get on Zack Snyder's case for posting that image that is AI. I'm not saying that he created it. I think somebody else did, and maybe somebody else even posted it. That because I don't think he's fully handling his Instagram, but But it's like you have to be kind of aware, and maybe even be like, oh yeah, I mean it is AI generated. It is AI generated, even though it looks really cool. I think it's a cool looking Superman shot. That cape. I always like it because obviously when it comes to superheroes and stuff like that, obviously you want the cape to not really drag on the ground, but for certain poses, it looks really cool. But naturally, you don't want to be tripping on your cape. You want the cape to just be long enough to go down to your feet, maybe a little bit, drag a little bit, but you don't want it. But then there's something really sexy about it. I remember, what was that short film, Batman Dead End? I remember watching the making of that. If you guys haven't seen that, look it up. It's like Batman versus Predator versus Alien. There's like a shot in there where he lands on the ground and it's raining. It's like in an alleyway. And it's just like it's the shots from above, and he just rises up. And they even talk about in the behind the scenes, like, oh yeah, we made the cape super long just to get a cool looking shot. And it's such a it's chef's kiss kind of Batman shot. But they wanted to make the cape just look just so freaking menacing as he stands up, and it like drags through the water, but it's so long because it's so long. It looks so comic booky. Oh, but at the same time, it's not practical. That wouldn't be practical. But there's just something about like that, especially when it comes to that shot. The fact that the Superman's cape just is like on the ground just makes it just something. There's just something about it. Anyways, cape porn. We all like the cape porn, right? It's the 12 years old. Oh, is that what it? Oh, man. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's start bringing some people on. We'll have some conversations. All right. I think the Giants are still winning. Looks like they are. It's commercial right now, so Taladia, what's happening, man?
Hey, how you doing, Dave?
Doing pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Sorry.
Whoa. Fighting some sickness or what?
No, it's like the weather. The weather's been really hot in the UK, so
Oh, that's right. It has been hot over there. Oof, that's right. You guys get a little like they're calling it
yeah,
like a heat dome or something like that. That's happening.
it's like a heat wave, a
Yeah,
full week of heat wave. So
yeah,
we've taken the most advantage of it, doing a barbecue and all
yeah.
sorts. So
And you guys don't have a lot of like AC that is over there, like air conditioning.
no, I mean
Yeah,
I'm using a fan right now just
yeah.
to keep it cool. So
I know it's so fascinating because when I was hearing about that, and I forget that like over there, I was listening to the radio show that I listened to, and they talk about how there's not a lot of air conditioning over there. You guys don't have that. You guys don't really rock because you're not used to that. Usually it's cloudy, cool, kind of like that most of the time. So it's not really a necessity or something when it comes to all that.
isn't
But but over here we have that central air. We're all AC'd up. So
yeah.
oh, I think he froze a little bit. It's all right. Hopefully get him back soon. See, it's so hot that Oh, you back? You're back. Maybe. Oh, he's jumping around. But all right. In the meantime,
Phil?
Yeah.
Hey, Phil? Phil?
what's happening, Phil?
Howdy.
How's it going?
It's going. Had the day off. Did a lot of sleeping. Went to the gym this morning. So, all things considered.
Yeah, you got that nice little schedule where you get those
I
Fridays.
do. Oh, I love having every other Friday off. It's incredible.
That's awesome. That's pretty awesome. Well, good to see you, man. Are you good, Taladia? Are you kind of jumping around now? It seems like he's having some troubles with his feed. It's all good. Hopefully we'll get it worked out. But yeah, no, he was just talking about how they're having a heat wave over there. It's kind of funny because I saw that they were having a heat wave, like not normal, and they were calling it like a certain thing. But then I forget that, like that. Yeah, they don't have a lot of air conditioning when it comes. All right, I think you're good, Taladia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything should be good now. Yeah.
All right, cool. That heat wave is affecting your internet, man.
Yeah, it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, but yeah, I know it's just kind of interesting because I was like, oh yeah, that's right. You guys don't really have a lot of like air conditioning over there. Yeah, but you got a lot of fans. Got to have the fans.
Only fans.
Only zing. I know, but but at the same time, people over here, even though we have AC, we don't want to run it because then it's like our power bill goes up so significantly. It's like
It actually kind of drizzled last night here
Yeah,
in the valley.
dude.
Yeah.
Over here, I had no idea. I woke up and when I went outside, I was like, "Oh, the ground's wet. Oh shit, we got some rain." So yeah, we had a little drizzle down over here too. I'm enjoying the cooler weather before it gets to summer. I mean, the fact that it's almost June and we haven't gotten back to the super heat yet, and it looks like we're not even going into June, we're gonna be okay. It's gonna be like nice, and then it's gonna probably start getting back up into the the higher temps. But I was looking at that, I was like, oh wow, it's not even. Oh wow, I'm like, for the next 10 days is actually gonna be pretty nice. Yeah, we might get a little heat. It's been doing a lot of this lately.
Yeah. When I come home from work, sometimes it's like 95 to 100 degrees. And then I think yesterday it was like somewhere below 75, something like that.
I know it's been kind of interesting, but anyways, Phil, you said you didn't watch Spider Noir yet, right?
No, I don't have Amazon Prime, so I have not seen it yet.
Talati, have you watched Spider Noir yet?
No, I'm watching it this weekend with my mom.
So we're all three of us are kind of delayed when it comes to this. Maybe somebody, because I've been seeing nothing but good things, and obviously they what Amazon does, they just drop the entire first season right on the thing, and it's like, oh shit, gotta find. I mean, it was only 2 days ago, right? It was like Wednesday. It was Wednesday, right?
I think so.
Yeah, because Scott and I were talking about that. Like, I think he said he wanted to watch the first episode. I thought about watching the first episode, but I was just tired. I was like, I'm spent. I'm going to bed. So I didn't want to like sit down and watch it and then start freaking, getting, droopy eyed and stuff. So I haven't watched it, but man, I've been hearing a lot of good things about Nick Cage, of course.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of clips. I've already seen some things that I've seen spoilers, so I won't say.
You saw some spoilers.
I mean, friends and that react to stuff like that.
Yeah.
They react to it, and it's like, oh, okay, that's cool. Like, I'm not super worried about it. Like, I'll get to it eventually. Like, I wanted to get to it when I started, but my schedule's just been, it is what it is at this point.
Yeah, I know. Same here. I'm like, because I went to the movies last night, and then of course today, and it's like, yeah. So hopefully I'll find time to at least watch a couple of episodes this weekend. And I do want to go to the movies again. I want to see that Tuner movie, which looked interesting to me, but I don't know. We'll see what happens, but hopefully. But yeah, I just keep on hearing that Nicolas Cage steals the show. I love that. It's kind of interesting because wow, man, what's his name? What's his partner's name? In the actor, I forgot his name. He was like his partner in there.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. He was in New Girl. I can't remember his name. And of course, when I type it in, let's see. What's his name? Shit. No, it's not going to tell me. Of course, it's not going to tell me. It's going to give me the entire other cast except for him. Jesus Christ. Twitter, you suck. Oh, yeah, there it is. Lamorne Morris. That's who I'm thinking of. So, like, his partner, I've been seeing him on podcasts, because he's been on podcasts before. He like goes through the podcasts, and even like some of the podcasts I watch, I've seen him kind of make like the waves just to do it. So he's been doing that again, and I was hoping that maybe Nicolas Cage would do the same thing, but of course he's not. He's not really doing that. He's doing like the certain interviews and stuff like that. But it is cool to hear Lamorne Morris. He talked about, he's like, man, I never worked with somebody like Nicolas Cage. He's like, he's freaking awesome. Like, he's Nick Cage, and it's just like he's so he basically the one podcast I was listening to, he was kind of wondering like what it was going to be like to work with him, and he said, yeah, he was like, it was just one of the best experiences. Mm-hmm. I'm going, that's good, because you never know. I mean, I don't never really heard anything bad from Nicolas when people were talking about Nicolas Cage. I even heard when the podcast I listened to also, who was in the Madden movie that's going to be coming out, he said it was just like, it was crazy. It was like, I'm working with Nick Cage, and he was just cool. And he also said Christian Bale was cool too, and Christian Bale stayed in character, of course. Method acting, so that's got to be interesting. But yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna watch an episode or 2 or 3 or maybe the whole thing. How many episodes are there? Like 8?
I think 8. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 8 episodes, but I'm breaking it into 2 days.
Yeah, break it up into 2 parts.
Yeah, so it makes it easier for me.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. But yeah, there's 8 episodes. Jason McKenzie, thank you, sir. But yeah, I don't know if you guys were hearing my ranting stuff about the AI stuff. It's just kind of getting crazy.
Yeah.
All this. I know, Phil, you're not on Twitter. Did you see any of that Henry Cavill stuff? Like,
I saw an image of it. One popped up, and it's like been making the rounds, and people on threads were like, "Is this AI? Is this not?" And I was just like, "I don't care."
Yeah. I mean, it's just like I kept seeing it, and I wasn't going to comment about it. And then I'm like, all right, I'm going to comment about it. I'm feeling a little frisky. And I'm going, all right, you guys caught, there's a whole video, and somebody screenshot it on like a certain spot where he didn't look didn't look flattering. Now, what did somebody tweak it with AI? I don't know. I mean, like I said, when I showed the community note, I mean, it literally had a link to an AI tutorial video, which was kind of funny. I was like, what the hell? And then it linked to, images of like, here's what Henry Cavill looks like. And I'm like, yeah, he looks totally normal. Maybe it was just him in motion and everything just looked a little, but at the same time, when I send it to my friend who's a big Henry Cavill fan, she goes, no, there's not they tweaked something. His nose looks huge. And I'm like, yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe somebody decided hey, make some of his features look a little bigger. Maybe that's what was part of it. I don't know. It was just but it's just, that's not the first time that I've seen something like that. And then, yeah, that thing went viral. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to comment on it and be like, come on, you fuckers. What are we doing here?
It's every day. That's the question you ask every day. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, social media these days, people don't know what's real from what's not. And
yeah,
it's crazy. I mean, X is just losing their mind over it. I'm just like, guys, it's just a picture.
Yeah,
like,
it's just an unflat. We've all seen those pictures of us that somebody snapped at some kind of event. Maybe you're moving in a weird way and you go, oh God, that's an unflattering pose or whatever the hell. And it's like, what are we doing here? You know, it's like we've all had that. And it's like, and yeah, Henry Cavill, like, and I love the fact that he used that polished up Superman image from the movie. And it's like, oh, you're going to compare that to a video of him like doing something where it's not all polished up. It's not shot with a cinematic, you know, in a cinematic way or something like that. You're really going to like, and that's what I love that I've seen that too so many times. I think I saw that for Taron Egerton. They're like, what happened to Taron Egerton? And they're doing the same thing, showing a shot from him from Kingsman and then a shot from him on the red carpet for like his last movie where he was talking, where he had a shaved head. And yeah, he's fucking what? When did Kingsman come out? The first one come out? He's at least 12 years older, 13, maybe even 15. I don't remember when that first movie came out. I'm like, you're really going to compare that? Like what happened? It's ridiculous, but I don't know. And then of course everybody ages.
Yeah.
Like,
oh man,
I don't know if you guys know this, but everybody ages. It's like, yeah, I know sometimes we see like, you know, shots of J-Lo where she's still flaunting her stuff and stuff like that, but you know, yeah, it's fine, good for her. But those are planned, polished pictures that she posts. When you catch her, like, you know, I mean, I've seen pictures where paparazzi have snapped her on the beach. It's like, oh yeah, that's her in her normal, you know. Now the imperfections show up. And guess what? That's human. We're all freaking human. You know, the polished up ones, yeah, you could do stuff. You could add filters. You could do whatever, smooth some things out. I'm not saying that she's like hideous when you see her in real life. No, she's aged very well, you know. But at the same time, yeah, I don't know. It was just such a weird freaking thing. And then, of course, when Zach posted the Superman shot, it's like, cool Superman shot. Yeah, it's AI, but cool. And yeah, and then people lost their minds with that. It was like, oh man, and we had a double whammy of Henry Cavill AI stuff that was happening this week.
I mean, is it fair to say that it's just AI, or is it fair to say that like there was AI used to make the picture? I mean, you know,
I don't think Zach was like sitting at his desk and making that image. I think maybe he found it just like the other one. And it wasn't like it was something where, you know, he was just trying to be like, oh yeah, I'm sitting here, I'm gonna make this AI image and, you know, put that. No, I think somebody probably sent that to him like, whoa, that's pretty cool. He probably doesn't even know it's AI. Somebody maybe made that and somebody found it, sent it to him, or he found it on Instagram and he just thought really cool, you know. And I would actually go with that, but to me, I'm like going, well, but you have to remember, Zach, that you're gonna get called out for. And I think what I saw at first was Mr. Vega Official was I saw his comment at first, and he was like, why do you keep on posting AI stuff? Because you know he actually, you know, he's a digital animator, so he was starting to get disappointed because the first image, I think a lot of people are like, oh yeah, let it slide. That was also an AI image. And then this one, yeah, people started going like, wait a minute, dude. All right, this is the second time you've done this. So I don't know if there's, to me, it's kind of like an interesting thing. Like I thought the image looked cool. But yeah, I was like, yeah, that's very much, yeah, it's AI. I even like checked it. I ran it through a couple little, you know, things where I was like, is this AI? And they're like, yeah, it's AI. Okay. Did he know this? Probably not, you know, but still a cool image, but it's such a touchy little subject when it comes to all this.
Yeah,
it definitely is.
Yeah. And some people abuse that shit, which is crazy. Taron is 36 now, and he was 23, 24 at Kingsman movie. Jesus Christ. So yeah.
Right.
So yeah, 13 years. I mean, there's gonna be some lines that form, you know. That's just what's gonna happen. And yeah, but it's just funny because like he shaved his head. And I don't know if he's got like a receding hairline. Maybe he does. Maybe that's part of his genetics. Hey, that happens too, you know. And what can you do? But yeah, it was just kind of interesting when it came to all that because yeah, nowadays you just don't know. When I see something, I'm like, is that real? I just immediately that's my first question. Is that real? And most of the time, well, half the time it seems like it's not. I'm sure you guys come across that too.
Yeah, there have been a few times I've been deceived by AI.
Yeah.
Where I thought
Yeah,
something was
I
cool
have.
and it was fake. So
Yeah.
been there.
I've been sent things from, you know, friends, family. Did you see this? I'm like, yeah, it's AI. I had to break their hearts. Yeah, it's AI. Sorry, that's not real. Yeah, and it's only I mean, and man, did you? Speaking of AI, what was it? Doug. I think it was Doug Lyman. He's got a movie coming out that is like, I guess he uses AI heavily within it. And it's got let's see, I forgot who was. I know Gal Gadot is in it.
Oscar Isaac and Gerard Butler.
Is it Gerard Butler?
Mhm.
Wait, Doug Lyman. Did I spell his name right? How do you spell his name? Is it Doug? I always can never spell these freaking names wrong. Right, Doug Lyman. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Doug Lyman. Oh yeah, Casey Affleck's in it.
Yep.
And yeah, people were like, he's talking about how it cut the cost down and everything. And I'm like, kind of curious because, yeah, it says it's called The Killing Satoshi. It's got Pete Davidson in it. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I can't stand that guy. But yeah, and I know it's got Gal Gadot in it too. And it said like, oh yeah, it's about Bitcoin. Yeah, which is funny. So you got that, and it's like the most ambitious film, but also the most risky. It's a film that consists of AI-enhanced elements, such as bypassing traditional location shooting. And what's even crazier, or depending on how you see it, oh yeah, the film portrays Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, Jack Dorsey, Eric Trump, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg. So it's going to have them featured in it too, which would have cost, like he claims, oh yeah, this whole thing would have cost over 200 million, but we got it down to 70 million. So that's kind of interesting in the whole AI conversation. It's like, all right, is this going to be the litmus test? Are people going to flock to this? Is it going to do anything? So yeah.
All of that just to have a real world Legion of Doom in your movie. That's funny. That's hilarious.
But I'm like, are they on the screen? Are they physically supposed to be there? And then obviously if they, it's kind of funny too, because I always think about Forrest Gump. Remember how they had put him like shaking JFK's hand or meeting Richard Nixon, which was revolutionary. It was like, holy shit. Like, and then I think even Contact did a thing too, where they put in Bill Clinton as the president. And you actually see like James Woods like sitting next to him or something like that. So yeah, so it's just like, man, they did that back then, and people were thinking like, oh, I don't know. People were even kind of freaking out about that back then, and now we got AI that could just like, oh yeah, we could just create it, but they have to. It's just kind of interesting. Like, don't you have to get the approval from these people? I'm like, did Doug Lyman and the studio call up Vladimir Putin and be like, hey, buddy, we're going to put you in our movie. We're going to have you on the screen. I don't know.
Same with Kim Jong-un, right? Like,
yeah.
Because that dude had a meltdown over the Interview movie. So I don't know how well that's going to go over.
And that was just somebody kind of impersonating him and not really. Yeah. So how are they going to feel about that? I don't know. We're interesting. We're entering a new like era of things where they're going to start testing more of this stuff. I'm sure there's even been stuff that's already that we've seen that we don't even know that's AI. But now they're going to be like putting it out, and I get it. Like, yeah, we can't run away from it. It's going to be a thing. I'm not even sure when this movie's supposed to be coming out, but yeah, there's people that are already just like, nah, fuck this. But it's just going to be interesting to see. And I think somebody even said in the chat that I think at Cannes there was something that had a lot of AI or an AI movie was oh yeah. Jordan said that. He said an AI film premiered at Cannes Festival or something. Hell Grind. I didn't even hear about this. So it just kind of shows you Hell Grind. Oh, yeah. Hell Grind was not listed as an official festival at Cannes. Okay, so that's according to the community note, but even though who knows if that's even correct. And then of course you have the Val Kilmer thing, the Val Kilmer movie.
Yeah.
Where they brought him back. So
there's also the whole Stan Lee thing too.
Oh yeah, did you guys see that?
I saw that on Threads. Yeah, that made me a little uneasy.
Yeah. So let me find that because I retweeted it too. I went, whoa, But it's funny because I was even listening to a podcast, and I think it was Harlan Williams who was talking about AI, and he said like he's developing some animated stuff, and he goes, I'm just doing it myself, but I'm using AI. And I went, okay. He brought up a good point of like the fact that it doesn't have to have a crew and stuff like that. But yeah, so Stan Lee right here, it says he will return. 11 Labs has struck an expansive deal with Stan Lee Universe to add the late Marvel Comics writer's voice and likeness to its iconic marketplace, a collection of celebrity personality voices. And like I think isn't 11 Labs, I think Matthew McConaughey has backed this up too. I think that's the one that
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure.
I'm pretty sure that Matthew McConaughey is he's also done the same thing where he's basically licensed or copyrighted his stuff, his voice and likeness also for 11 Labs. And I remember he said that to even like when he was talking to Timothy Chalamet. He was just like, do it. Just do it. It's coming. Just do it. And that's what's going to be interesting because I'm seeing more and more people, like more and more actors kind of go like, it's not going anywhere. And as much as we don't like it, I don't like it when as much as I'll, see something and be like, that's cool. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, it's AI. And it's like, oh, yeah. But at the same time, I'm like, it's going to be utilized no matter what. And as much as like I would hope that like when it comes to animation that they're still using crews for that and not just hitting a prompt. That's all we can really hope for when it comes to that. It's
just a shame.
Yeah.
You see a lot of creators utilize AI in I think respectable ways, and then you've just got dipshit 2947 on Twitter just throwing over whatever slop post they can make because they want to see Spider-Man fight Superman. It's just like you're using it.
I hate those videos. I hate those videos. And they were like, they were going big time, and they finally stopped, but there was like a lot where it was like Wolverine versus Superman or Spider-Man versus Superman, and it was like a bunch of those were just. And I think even though some of those companies like Sea Dance or whatever, I think they kind of just they just went away because and then people also have to realize like how much power and that goes into that stuff and all the data centers and all the shit.
That's a big thing right now.
It's getting creepy.
Yeah. Well, a lot of states are fighting to have data centers, that are being positioned to be built.
Yeah.
They're fighting to have them just not be built and have them aborted and have them just, fucking fall by the wayside, which, I'm for. I don't necessarily think AI is helping much, if anything, if at all. And the entertainment industry specifically. There are things you could probably utilize it for, like, lighting and things like that, where it could be useful. But other than that, I think Seth Rogen put it best. Like, if you use AI to write, you're not a fucking writer. And he's right. He's absolutely right. And I think, if you use AI to prompt some shit together, you're not a director. You
Yeah.
are a prompter at that point. You input a fucking code. That's all you did. You did nothing of artistic integrity. So yeah, when it comes to just AI in general, obviously, you know, the big thing with that, again, the data centers and the amount of water that they waste, it's like, yeah, no, this needs to be addressed and it needs to just stop.
And the pollution too.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, it's just so funny because, yeah, I mean, that's why some of these communities don't want that, because it's like, yeah, you're going to be destroying some more of the environment. Maybe you're not doing like stuff where it's like polluting the air, but you're polluting the waters, you're polluting the soil, you're polluting that kind of stuff. And yeah, I mean, seeing stuff like that where people have been commenting about that and like, and then why do we need, I mean, it just almost seems like, man, you guys are positioning to build a fucking Skynet, aren't you?
Like, did we learn nothing from the Matrix movies? Did
I
we
know.
learn nothing
No.
from Terminator? Like,
God.
what the fuck?
It's I mean, it's all freaky because, you know, even with my job, I kind of worry about it when I hear about, especially when we have like these quarterly meetings or something, and they start saying like more AI integration. And I'm like, oh, is this gonna, are we, you know, and we use, you know, I'll use AI tools for my day job. I'll use it for my YouTube channel, but it's not replacing me.
Right.
It's not replacing me. And I worry about my day job, sure, because I think that's, you know, I think always when it comes to something like this, people are, you know, they want to see humans having conversations, having real conversations and discussions and everything. People still want that no matter what. That's always going to be the case. No one wants to see, you know, there, of course, there might be some people that want that don't care, but yeah, no one wants to see just like a group of AI avatars just discussing topics. Who wants to fucking see that? It's ridiculous.
I mean, in Amazon has decided to use AI for their movies and stuff now. Recently, that came out on
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, if they're utilizing for some, I mean, even Steven Spielberg talked about it when he was being interviewed, I think by Michelle Obama. He talked about it will, you know, movies will never be replaced by it because everybody wants a soul. They want the soul in a movie,
right?
In the characters and everything. But if you want to utilize it for a tool, again, utilizing tools, like maybe you can't get a certain location that you want to get, so you're going to utilize it for that. Okay, something like when it comes to like something like that, fine, you know, because yeah, maybe you want to shoot a movie where it's going to be in this specific location you want it, and you can't get there. It's going to cost a shit ton. Fine, that, but don't replace the actors. You know, don't replace the director.
Right.
Don't replace the people who are doing that. Yeah, maybe you could replace the background and the setting, but don't replace the soul of it, which is people. And I think that's what he was emphasizing. It's like, yeah, fine, backgrounds, like locations, fine, but don't replace the souls for sure. And I was like, all right, that's well said. I think I like that. I like what he said. So
he's got a new movie coming out in like 3 weeks. Disclosure Day.
Yeah, I think I don't know if you guys watched that the trailer that they released.
Nope.
No,
They really don't watch it because it's kind of spoilery.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, I was like, oh, you guys show way too much. It confirms something I already suspected, and I won't say what it is. But then it even showed, like, it was a really cool shot, but it showed like one of the alien dudes. And I'm like, and even people were like, why are you showing this? But I think it's because, sadly, I think the studio got a little worried. I mean, let's face it. Another thing that Hollywood's facing is these big movies just aren't selling. The small movies are selling like crazy. The big movies, not so much. So I even saw some people within, like, journalists going, one of the reasons why they decided to release internet reactions for some critic screenings and at the same time release the final trailer that has Steven Spielberg doing commentary within it, and they showed a lot, is because projections weren't looking good. And I'm going, yeah, that sucks. It sucks because it's not a superhero movie. It's Steven Spielberg doing alien shit.
Right.
And, you know, I would hope that, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, he hasn't had like a big movie since, when was the last time he had a big movie?
Ready Player One.
Yeah, true.
because
that was
he did
2018.
he did
Yeah.
West Side Story and then The Fablemans,
Fablemans.
which is
Which
smaller
got-
scale.
Yeah, which got nominated.
Right.
I didn't watch West Side Story. I was like, it's not for me. Fablemans I watched. I thought that was a fantastic movie. Very well done movie. And it was kind of autobiographical.
Right.
So I really like that movie. But yeah, and I think like they're just kind of worried that, I mean, we're in the thick of it where you get He-Man, and then a week later it's Disclosure Day.
And then a week after that, Toy Story. Week after
Toy
that,
Story.
Supergirl.
It's like, Jesus Christ. It's just that's what I can't stand sometimes when they cram everything in June. It's almost like it's the end of May, June, and July. They cram everything in there. They just cram everything in like 5-6 weeks. These big movies where you can't just let them breathe.
Well, like last year.
Yeah.
July had Jurassic World Rebirth, then Superman, then Fantastic Four like 2 weeks later.
Yeah. And there was like a movie that was right in the middle there that just totally got wiped out. See, I can't even remember what it was. But it was like it was in that third week where there wasn't a big blockbuster. So that's why like Superman had time to breathe a little bit before Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
I forgot what movie it was, but then I forgot what it was. But it was just kind of crazy because it was like, yeah, why would you fit that movie right in that craziness? But we're kind of getting that, and then going in July, we're gonna be getting Odyssey and Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Yeah.
And I don't know,
Moana.
Moana is in there. Odyssey. Jesus, good Lord. So yeah, the next, I mean, I love it because I love going to the movies, but it's so much. It's so freaking much.
I actually got that trailer in front of Mando last week, was Moana, and I was like, not for me, no, but you know, I get the audience it's targeted at. Like it makes sense. Will it do Lilo and Stitch? I don't think so. I think it'll be fine, but I don't think it's gonna, come close to cracking $1 billion like, some of the other live action Disney stuff has. But
yeah,
we'll see.
I mean, it's I don't know. I haven't even watched the cartoon.
Neither. Actually, no. I've seen like 30 minutes of the ending when my nephew was like 3 or 4. He used to watch that movie all the time. So, yeah, saw like the last 30 minutes of that.
Yeah,
I don't know how it ends.
Yeah, I just think it's weird seeing Dwayne Johnson in a long-haired wig and a fucking bodysuit. It's weird. It's unsettling.
Yeah,
it's like
it felt off.
Yeah, it does. It almost feels like that's AI, but it's not AI. It just feels like a little off. Or it's like I don't know if this was the right approach. But again, I'm not the target audience. If it does well, it does well. I'm not going to go see it. That's not for me. I'm going to probably see something else. I'll see something else that weekend, something smaller, because they do still try to fit that. But it is kind of crazy that these small movies are, killing it. Like Obsession is this is like a phenomenon. The Backrooms are, it's going to be big too, but it's not as crazy. Because Obsession was made for under $1 million, and it just won't stop. The Backrooms was made for, I forgot, I think it was under $10 million.
Yeah,
and it's already going to have like they're projecting like over a $60 million weekend domestic. So, and it was packed. It was, I had like a little funny thing where I thought I was in the wrong theater because there was a lot of kids. Like there was like a group of kids. And then I was sat next to like a dude and his daughter. She was fairly young. I'm like, am I in the right theater? Because technology was I couldn't pull it up on my phone because I had no signal. And then the digital goddamn posters were broken. And I was like, oh man, I think this. But as soon as it started at 6:30, I was like, all right, this is a good sign. And then it was a bunch of horror. I saw the Resident Evil, Insidious. It kept on in Evil Dead Rise or Evil Dead Burn. I was like, okay, I think I'm in the right one. I wouldn't think, but I was nervous. So I was like, shit, I think I'm in the wrong, I might be in the wrong place. But I was like, okay. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, the Backrooms is not horror. It's horror, but not horror. It's more mind bending, weird, like. And even when you watch the movie, it's not really like, yeah, there's horror elements. Like the final act has definitely a more horror. It gets more horror-y, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But I know you have no desire to see it, Phil.
No, but Obsession, I feel like I'm going to land one way or the other. I feel like
Yeah.
it's either going to be like, one of those things, one of those movies where I see a lot of my friends and people talking about it online, how great it is. And I'm going to walk out of it being like, oh, that was fine. Or, oh, not really my thing. Or it's going to be a midsummer watch and I'm just going to have my jaw on the floor by the end of it. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Not really sure. I'll get to it when I get to it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's going to be interesting to get your take on it.
I definitely am seeing. I don't know if I'm going to do a double feature, but I know next week is going to be 2 movies. And that's Scary Movie and Motu. I'm definitely going to see Motu.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely seeing that. I got to buy my tickets and get everybody that wants to go, but then I'm like wondering, and we kind of talked about. I was like, I don't know when I'm going to see Scary Movie. I kind of want to like try to. It just seems like you want to like you want to watch it with some friends and stuff.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm like, well, even if I don't, I guess whatever. Probably go see it on a Saturday or whatever. But
yeah,
But I definitely do want to like hit some people up. Like, let's go see this freaking thing. Come on, let's do it. Let's get some other peeps in here. We got William. What's happening, man?
What's up, dude?
Are you at home?
Yeah, I just got back from Amazing Comic-Con.
Oh, right. Right.
Got my 52. Got this one I've been chasing. Finally found somebody who wasn't going to rip me off, and then I got Quintana's autograph. Dude, that guy shit's super expensive, but I got that, so I just got done with that. Speaking of horror, last time somebody told me that I had to see a horror movie was In a Violent Nature, and a whole bunch of people told me, William, this is your movie, this is your movie. That was the biggest fucking waste of time. We deleted, we watched it live, and I deleted what I said about I deleted that stream because I didn't want like my stream was any big thing. I didn't want that film director on his first movie to come across my opinion of it and like get discouraged. Like
is that the movie that was like the perspective of the killer? Yeah. I was like, oh, all right, that's an interesting concept. And then when I saw the reaction to that, everybody was going, "This is a shit sandwich." Like, and I went, "Okay."
Not even a sandwich. Sandwich bread. This was, and that ending was offensive.
Oh.
And there were people at our stream laughing at me because they saw it before me, and they're like, they thought I was going to like the ending. I'm like, no. Listen, stop it with the imagination endings that were, we wanted you to think. No, I paid full price for the ticket, not half price, so I could figure out your synopsis in your movie. So no more.
When I saw the teaser, I was like, interesting concept, and then I was not really hearing much about it, and then I saw reactions to it, and people were like, this totally missed. I saw so many bad reviews of how it missed, even though it was like a cool concept, the different concept, and I was like, I'm not really a slasher guy. Like when it comes to horror, I like the supernatural, paranormal shit. I don't like the slasher stuff. I'm not a big slasher guy. Like, Scream, I can't, even though I saw the last one, I'm like, fuck, why am I here? I already know this is going to suck. And it did. I didn't even see the last one. I'm not big on Jason, the Friday the 13th. I like the Freddy's because that's paranormal. That's something different. I like that stuff when it comes to horror, like Evil Dead. But slasher movies, I just kind of go.
Well, a good slasher movie, those are really good. There just hasn't been one in a long time. There just hasn't been a good slasher movie. It's really slashers were an 80s thing.
Yes.
And that's what made Scream such a niche thing because they were reviewing that. But that only had so much steam because after the first Scream, that was it. That's one of those things like, why are we doing another one and another one after this? It's kind of like how I felt in the middle of Expendables 2. I'm like, okay, we're done here. We don't need to see any of these motherfuckers ever again. And then they go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. It's like,
I don't feel that way about Scream. I don't feel that way about Scream, but I kind of feel that way about Halloween. Because I think the first Halloween from John Carpenter is like hands down the greatest slasher movie ever made. But every other sequel that has been made, even the second one that Carpenter did, I was like, okay, this is a little redundant. And then Season of the Witch is its own thing, and that's fine. I'm not gonna,
That was a scam.
It was. I mean, sure.
They didn't let us know. They didn't let us know.
Yeah.
Well,
I liked it.
I can't speak to that. I was not.
liked it.
I wasn't around during that time. So
Pissed me off.
whatever. But when it comes to like Return, Revenge, and Curse of Michael Myers, there are things in those movies that I like. But again, like it's just reductive. Like, oh, Michael's back. He's off to kill Jamie or etc. family member, whatever. And then you get to like the new trilogy, and it's like, oh my fucking God, 2018 is fine. I'll put it that way. The 2018 Halloween movie is fine.
Yes.
Halloween Kills is probably the best one of the bunch, and Halloween Ends completely shits the bed.
I was not expecting to hear that.
Like, dude,
I would probably
that
reverse.
like
I would probably
backwards.
reverse.
Yeah.
I would reverse just a little bit because I still share that the sequels to the new ones were both were not good. I just could not stand Halloween Kills because it was like evil dies tonight, evil, and then like
oh sure,
Jamie Lee Curtis was just like she could not leave the hospital, and it was like, what are we doing here? I remember I went and saw it with my friend Kathy, who's like a big Halloween fan. She was going, what the hell? I at least liked that Halloween Ends was trying to do something different. Now, did it fully work? No.
Not even
No.
partially.
but the thing is Michael Myers in Halloween Kill, like it at the very least lives up to its title. Mm-hmm. Michael Myers goes on one of the biggest killing sprees in Halloween Kills, and that's what I wanted from the 2018 movie.
That makes sense.
Was the whole Evil Dies Tonight thing necessary? No. Did I like the angle of that person like dying in favor and everyone thinking it was Michael? Yes, because that's kind of a play on things that are happening in society. Well, at the time. Today, right? Like that's why I like Halloween Kills the most of the three, but I still stand by what I said. The original movie is still the greatest slasher of all time, and not one of those sequels has touched it.
Halloween 2,
I agree.
Mustafa Akkad, the one that was released in 1981. Man, I love that fucking movie. That's up in my top.
Dude,
maybe 20.
Carpenter talks about how he had to like chug like a 6-pack just to write that fucking movie, and it's like, yeah, it shows. It shows.
Yeah, and because it was such a cheap movie to make, and even a sequel, because Mustafa Akkad only spends 12 cents a movie back in that era.
Right.
And then Halloween 3. Here's the thing about how they marketed that movie. There were no trailers and stuff for that movie. There was a whole bunch of stuff that they hid about that movie. And back in 1982 or 83, it's not like YouTube. We didn't have all that shit, right? So the old man's taking us to the movie. We're going to see Halloween 3 after we'd seen Halloween 2. You know what? We get there and like half the theater wants to tear that fucking place down.
Well, I'm sure.
Because it was nasty. Like, what? Yeah. They did refunds. I remember Hawthorne, California. Or no, it was Crenshaw Plaza movie theater, and they gave half those people their money. Some people enjoyed it, but the other one, man,
you watch it now. I appreciate it for what it is because it's like, because it was kind of diabolical that they were selling these fucking cursed masks that were melting kids' faces, and that's just like it's insane. But at the same time, it's like the fact that they try to use Halloween and try to make it an anthology. It's just like, what are you doing? And then, of course, the next one was like the return of Michael Myers.
Which I love that, dude. Listen, any movie that has Donald Pleasance acting, and it's unfortunate because Donald Pleasance became Dr. Loomis, and that he could do other things, but once he played Dr. Loomis, that's what he was. To the point where the reason I love Rob Zombie and I love when he does his own movies, his own creations.
Yes,
but I hate with a passion his Halloween movies.
I liked the first one. The second one sucked.
Yeah, the second one's not great.
Too much.
Halloween is Dr. Loomis's interpretation of Michael Myers.
Yeah.
When you look at the original movie, Michael Myers is just some fool walking up and down the street, getting up and doing that. The description that Dr. Loomis gives him, he's like, you're talking about him like he's a man. He's not a man. He just did. And when he's talking to that sheriff and he said, I spent 8 years trying to treat him, in the next 8 years trying to make sure he never. His description of the boogeyman is what drives him. And in Halloween 4, it's the same thing. He's like, when nobody thought he was going to escape and he escapes, he's like, I'll be in Haddonfield in 3 hours. If you haven't found it by then, I know I will. And it's him, and without Donald Pleasance, and McDowell's a great actor. Sometimes you just can't fill certain people's shoes.
I think that the novelty of the Rob Zombie movie is they tried to, I'm not going to say sympathize because that's not the right word. They tried to make Michael a little bit more real in that you witness why he went fucking ape shit. You kind of give a backstory on why this person would just get so fucked up in the head to the point where he would commit such atrocities even against his own family. And I think McDowell's a great actor.
Yeah.
But I also think that the way Zombie wrote him in 1 and even 2, more so too, it wasn't quite the way, because Donald Pleasance's Loomis is just something so iconic. It's up there with like, James Earl Jones's Darth Vader, or like, a character in that vein, right? Like there's just one actor who embodies a role so well.
Yeah.
You have the damnedest time trying to refill that role. And I think McDowell is a great actor in his own right. I don't necessarily think he was the right way, or he could have been the right one for Loomis had he been written a little bit more differently. But I also think that the modern lens of trying to kind of modernize the Halloween lore a little bit kind of bit Zombie in the ass. And then the second movie, he just completely goes out the fucking window, because that whole thing with the horse and Sherry Moon Zombie.
Oh yeah,
it was like he wrote that. Well, he didn't want to. I mean, he had such a struggle with the studio. He's talked about it many times. And he signed on, and he had to do that second one. So I think partially he was just like, fuck it. And then he was just like, somehow I'm going to get my wife back into this movie. And it was fucking bananas. Yeah. Banana sandwich, like with the whole,
cuckoo fucking bananas.
Yeah. And I remember because I actually thought, oh, it's a good remake. Hey, let's go see the second one, guys. We saw all my friends, and we walked out going, what the fuck? Like, what was that? Was that just another excuse to get Sherry Moon in there? And it's like, because his wife, I don't know. But he does work very well when it's his shit, like when it came to like House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects. Now, when it came to, what is it, the third one, that one was not good. Three from Hell, or whatever the hell it was called. The third one where I was like,
the porn one?
The third one where it was like, everybody went, they all died in the Devil's Rejects. Sorry, spoiler alert. I think
that's a legendary aspect of it.
Oh, dude, the way that they fucking go out is cinematic and awesome.
Yeah, that's cemented.
Like when it was like, oh, we're bringing them back. Like, why? And so that movie was just blah. But we got Ronan joining right now. What's going on, man?
What's up, boys?
How's it going? The movie he did, 31, was kind of like, huh? It's kind of an eyebrow raiser.
I didn't even see that one.
Yeah, I watched that. Memorial
what about the
Day
monsters?
Friends.
I didn't see them.
I couldn't.
We're not talking about that.
I did watch it, but he shot it like the TV show.
Yep.
And it just didn't work for me. I did put it on, and I was like, this is not working for me. Like, I remember watching the Monsters as a kid show, and it just, And
I couldn't do it, man.
If you'd have done it like the Addams Family tried to when they did their thing, I could have seen it. But he did it like I was watching a colorized Technicolor version of that, and it was really bad.
It was bad. Yeah, what they did with like the 1990s, Addams Family, and then even what they're doing with Wednesday. I don't mind. I don't even mind what they're doing with now, but it's like, you have to. I mean, I get it. You're trying to do a nostalgia. You're trying to do nostalgia bait, but you're talking about a show that came out, what, 40 years ago? 30?
Yeah. It was black and white. Made eyes on it. I'm old. So that was. That was.
And it's like you're not capturing a new audience by filming it the way that it was filmed back then. It was just like, geez. But good to see you, Ronan. I know you had a stream tonight. You did some Mandalorian and Grogu talk. Hopefully it went well. Yeah.
We did, man. We let out a lot of stuff. We're like, this worked, not this much. But you know what? We'll still with it. These characters are too good to let go after one every movie. But we'll see how audience treats it. I feel if the way I saw the discourse for this film, I'm already dreading how people are going to treat both Disclosure Day and Supergirl. Which I'm like, come on, guys. Like,
oh, it's going to be I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and He-Man. I mean, He-Man might get some heat too. I mean, it's now to the point where, man, I'm so looking forward to it. In reality, when we're in real life, everything's cool. Like my dad is down, my brother's excited. We're all excited to go see He-Man. I'm not excited to see the discourse online. There's already discourse
about but I think He-Man.
It's not going to be as
Supergirl-
bad as Supergirl, and
Well, no, I don't even think it's going to be the same as Supergirl because it's discord from people who are looking at it from the lens of now going backwards. That movie wasn't made for them. That movie is made for the people who were watching it then to bring their kids to that movie. Some of those people who were Gen X's then may have a grandkid that they may bring to that movie. It's not aimed at trolls. It's aimed at goofy nostalgia, and I think it's over the top. That style, from what I've seen in it, is going to connect with those people. I don't think now Supergirl is a different thing because of those reasons, but I don't. Yeah. I think that things like Barbie, things like if you handle them in an over the top way to where it clicks with the people who recognize that stuff, I think it'll be fine. Those other movies, Disclosure Day, Steven Spielberg, he's only done one movie that and that I wouldn't go see, and that's West Side Story. So I'm there for Disclosure Day. I mean, it's Stephen King and Aliens, so I mean that had me there.
I mean Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg.
Same first name.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I'm there too, day one. I mean, I put it as my most anticipated movie because I was like, "Fuck, man, come on, let's do this."
Spielberg and Aliens.
Yeah, and I'm all about it. I'm all about it. But I mean, you're right. I mean, like, yeah, the next, and when you have like Obsession and Backrooms that are just killing it because, again, horror is cheap. Horror is cheap, and the fact that you could like do some of this kind of stuff and it just be like, and what the fuck? Sorry. Jesus Christ! The game is on. They just.
I was gonna say it's something fucking related to the
Giants.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get distracted, but the Rockies just tied it. It was 6-3, and now it's 6-6.
Oh, Jesus!
Home run.
Oh,
Jesus
darn!
Crying shit.
Tragedy.
I know. Shut up, William.
I feel your pain. Hey, but wait, hold on, Dave. It's not all lost because if they were to win or lose, they're 14 games back. Sorry.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
Close that down.
Doesn't matter. Anyways, I was just like couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck? Anyway, sorry.
Supergirl's going to get crushed though, and that's not. And I don't think it's fair. I'm starting to hear that same.
Yeah,
it's like
what?
When it comes to Supergirl. This is
right, but you mean crushed by what movie? I'm asking, like what movie?
No, I'm talking about the crush by
the see, I was thinking you meant box office, not by the.
No. I'll be honest with you. I think it's. I don't know what to expect. We were talking about this the other night.
Yeah.
In order to say something is a failure, I need to know what the expectations were, and I need to know the budget. And all
that's
that.
the thing. It's like everything is extreme. It's either extreme this way or extreme that way.
There's no middle.
That's the thing. It's like I mean, I've had people that were just like, oh, when it came to even the Mandalorian and Grogu, it's like, when they're like, it flopped. Somebody said flopped. I'm like, that's not what a flop is. It didn't flop. It's underperformed. You could say, sure, you could say underperformed. But at the same time, we're in 2026. Mandalorian and Grogu is going to have probably a big viewership on digital. I mean, it's going to have a second life. I'm not saying that it was like I don't even think that Lucasfilm thought it was going to be reinvigorate the whole Star Wars universe. And of course, everybody, and I love it too when I see the same voices and channels and stuff like that, especially when they're saying like Obsession. Did more money on this day than Mandalorian and Grogu.
Outbidding Mandalorian and Grogu. It's like, oh yeah, a movie that was made for a nickel compared to
it was like, oh yeah, Star Wars is dead. I'm like, no, Star Wars. You guys have been saying Star Wars is dead for the last decade.
Yes,
Star Wars is never gonna die. Yes, they've had some mishaps, sure, but we have a movie coming out next year, which might actually reinvigorate the franchise for all we know because it's going to be something different. But at the same time, I'm like, Star Wars is never going to die. The bigger story is the fact that we have these YouTubers coming in, making movies for pennies that are intriguing audiences. That's the bigger story. Who cares about? I mean, it is kind of crazy. You got Obsession, Mandalorian, Grogu, and now we got the Backrooms. You got a Star Wars movie in the middle of these two movies that are killing it. They're going to be making profits like hand over fucking fist. They're 10, 15, 20, 100xing. On the investment. Well, meanwhile, you have Mandalorian and Grogu that's sitting right in the middle. That people are like, I'll wait till it's on Disney Plus, And I think that's the better story of like, hey, I don't even think Lucasfilm or Disney was probably thinking, yeah, this thing's probably just going to be not going to. But at the same time, we're seeing like these new creators come up with original stories and content which people are like, oh, Hollywood's running out of ideas. I'm like, well, you should probably support some of these original ideas that are coming out. Look what's happening. I don't know.
There's only one problem there. There's only one problem. As good as Backrooms might be, I'm not. That trailer turned me off. I may go see that, but as good as Obsession, but these movies that are profitable, but they don't have the volume to sustain the operation.
I get that.
Theater. That's the only problem. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be made.
Yeah.
But the blockbuster is always going to be the
totally. I'm not saying it because even at the same, it was even like the same with Sinners. Like when people were like, yeah, it was a phenomenal like movie and people like flocked out to see it, but it's not like it made the money of a fucking Avengers movie or something. It didn't do stuff like that. Like there still needs to be the big blockbusters to try to get the big audiences. That's always going to be.
Go see them all, as I say. It's just
but it's just really cool when you hear that Obsession is made for $800,000, and now they're even projecting it to end its box office run at $200 million. It's like that's insane. Yeah. And then when you have a movie like The Backrooms, which was made for like less than $10 million, that is going to have a 60 to 70 million domestic opening, and you got a 20-year-old director who came up with the concept and was doing the YouTube videos. I think it's just more of that I think is cool. Like even when it came to Markiplier doing the Iron Lung, they're like, that movie is not for everybody. Just like, horror is not for everybody. And I get it. All these movies they're based in horror. They're based in and it seems like that's always like the go-to, even like the Australian filmmakers that did Talk to Me and Bring Her Back, which I watched Bring Her Back. Jesus Christ, that is that movie is a great movie, very well done. I don't think I'll ever watch it again because it's so fun. I found myself going like my hands the mouth torture. I was grabbing my hands on my head going, what? Oh fuck. It is so fucked up. Everything about it is fucked up. Because it has to do with kids, It's like Jesus Christ. Yeah. But at the same time, the fact that it brought out that emotion, that's great. It's fantastic. Talk to Me didn't bring that out. It was, well, still kind of was fucked up because it had involved like a young kid like fucking his face up. But at the same time, I loved it, but it's just kind of funny how horror is just always like, it's always that niche that these creators are going into that are just, but I would even say that the Backrooms is different because it's not really horror. It's more even sci-fi than it is horror. But even like the Iron Lung was kind of sci-fi-ish, but it was a lot of horror. I don't know. It's just kind of interesting.
Well, they need more.
Huh?
They need the way you make money off of horror is if you make a lot of it.
Yeah.
And there's just not enough of it out there. Like right now, what you're speaking of is unique because it's very few. But like in the 80s when you made money and when you had like, Orion and all these other, film companies just making whatever, the movies didn't really even have to be good. Yeah, they just had to be many because there was nothing else to do. We had 3 channels, no digital cable, and you went outside every now and then you went to the movies a bunch of times during the summer. And so you needed the knockoff movie, the B-level movie. You needed that movie. Now it's like you get like a third of that. So I think if I thought Blumhouse was headed in the right direction with that, but they've kind of slowed down. But you need about 3 times as many movies as you do.
I think when they got the Halloween franchise, right? That was Blumhouse, right?
They did.
Yeah, that was Blumhouse.
I think maybe Universal distributed. I could be wrong, but
Universal.
Yeah, Universal helped.
Both of them, yeah.
Because, but the fact that I think it was like when Blumhouse got it. And then they were successful with the first one. And then I think like when it came to the sequels, that's where like they're like, people start going,
Well, then they really shit the bed with Megan 2.0.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah. They had a winner with Megan, which I thought was decent. I didn't even see Megan 2.0. I was like, oh, you're trying to do the Terminator 2 concept with this? Yep. What are we doing here? That was just absolutely insane. But
it was a sequel, but the concept was not.
No, concept was just not there. It's like, yeah, you guys could have did maybe you had something here, and you guys just cheesed it up big time. We got Paul joining in right here. Hey, Paul.
Hey guys.
How's it going, man?
Same old.
Cool.
Gonna be going to Florida in about a week or two, so just wrapping up stuff here, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm behind on a few things. I have not I want to see Obsession and Backrooms, but I haven't seen either yet. I'm
Fine.
hearing they're pretty good, or at least pretty enjoyable. I saw Mando and Grogu. I liked it. I didn't love it. I thought it was kind of middle of the road. I wouldn't say necessarily mid, but it was, it was a Star Wars adventure. I kind of rank it in the same sort of like field as I guess the Ewok movies. But I would think probably a little bit better quality than that. I guess, I don't know, but like, yeah, that's pretty much where it kind of lands and stuff. So
yeah, I explained it in my reviews. It was like, it felt like because we just got the Punisher special presentation. It felt like it was a Mandalorian special presentation. It was like a one-off thing that did not really reference what came prior, and it didn't move the story forward. It was just like, here it is. It was an adventure, and when I went and saw it, I saw it with my dad, my brother, my nephew.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, well, hold on a sec. But
Okay.
I was just like saying, like, the fact that I was like, when I had people in the movie theater, I was like, oh yeah, these kids are having a good time. People behind us are having a great time. My dad's laughing at all the stuff, and he wasn't even too familiar. He only saw like the first season of Mandalorian, so I was like, oh yeah, okay. So I actually had a good time. Anyway, sorry, Phil. What were you gonna say?
No. Well, let me ask you this.
Okay.
What story did you want pushed forward exactly?
I didn't. That's the thing. Is like, so I didn't have the expectation that there was going to be, because even my nephew was like, what happened to the Dark Saber? He was like starting to talk about that. I was like, I don't know. Like,
Dark Saber got destroyed at the end of Mando season 3.
We got rid of that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I'm just kind of going, to be honest, and that's a good question, Phil, for anybody who was expecting this to move forward. That's why when people kept on saying it was like, oh, it was just season 4, like 4 episodes condensed, I was like,
well, the reason, let me ask you this. The reason I asked that is because when it comes to Star Wars, and this even bleeds into a greater conversation about movies in general and storytelling and grander universes, I feel like, in a way, the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the way that people ingest those movies has kind of bled and poisoned the conversation in regards to how, these universal things should be accepted. In case in point with Star Wars, I feel like now the expectation with something like Mandalorian and Grogu should have it should have, in some subtle way, some very like on the nose kind of way, led you to Ahsoka season 2 or something. And I don't apply that same logic, because for me, I didn't really get a chance to talk about this because I had a dip earlier last week. But when I saw Mandalorian and Grogu and I walked out of it, I was like, that was great. That's probably like the best spin-off Star Wars story movie that they've made, in my opinion, because I'm not too huge on Rogue One, and I really like Solo, and I like this one better than both of those movies. I would even go as far as to say that, like, this is probably my favorite movie Jon Favreau's ever made, but that's just me. But when it comes to like the grander idea of Star Wars, I remember a time when Mando first came on the scene with the Disney Plus show, people were like, oh, damn, I would watch a movie with him and Grogu in it, or rather as the child, as he was referred to back then. And now we're at a point where literally there is a Mandalorian and Grogu movie, and people are like, this is crap, this is dumb, this is ridiculous, I don't see why this was made, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm just like, what the fuck do you want? Seriously? Like, what the fuck do Star Wars fans really want from this franchise? Because they cannot seem to answer that question in a valid way, in my opinion. But
they want to bitch about. They want to bitch about.
Right, exactly. They just want something to fucking bitch about nonstop. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. And that's why I don't really like try and talk about Star Wars anymore with, other people, because it just turns into a fucking wham bitch fest.
Yeah,
that's just.
I would say I agree with many points that Phil is putting out. From my own personal bias, and now I had certain expectations maybe at the very beginning when I first heard about the movie, and then before I got to go see it, I had heard a lot of early reviews and stuff like that, and I started to put together what kind of movie I was probably going to be, going to be seeing, and that's more or less pretty much what I got. And yeah, I like Rogue One. I like Solo as well, and I'd rank it in kind of the same field pretty much. That being said, if this had been a streaming movie, I think that would have been fine too. As for being an actual theatrical film, and as to Phil's question about people's expectations, I mean, does it have to tie in and go into Ahsoka season 2? No. But I would argue that if you're taking a concept that is a television show in its conception, and you're putting something that's supposed to be on the big screen, you have to kind of, I think, in my opinion, justify it having a bigger budget or being put on the screen and what it's going to be doing. So, and again, it doesn't have to even directly involve the New Republic or anything like that. I would have been really, at least, I mean, if I'm being honest, I think what they could have done, like if I could change history, I would have just ended Mandalorian at season 2 and not done Book of Boba Fett. And then I think the anticipation for this movie would have been a lot higher because maybe that movie could have focused on something different. But as it is, we got season 3, Book of Boba Fett. The prestige had kind of worn off a little bit. We're at a stage now where Grogu is not as special as he was. He literally has a bit and or seat at the Academy Awards. Grogu is out there. Everyone knows what Grogu is. But if they had done something in terms of, say, maybe focusing on more about the Mandalorians or even Mandalore or more about Bo-Katan, something on that level, something that involves maybe a giant space battle, something to that degree, that to me would have been justifiable in something that is going to be a theatrical presentation, something that I have to drive to go see in IMAX, you know? So it's like, when I'm watching this, and again, I like Mando Grogu just fine. I think the movie met my expectations for what I was going into. But even while watching the film, it felt like it was supposed to be almost a streaming movie and then got made for a theatrical release, because even some of the effects I felt were a little bit almost like streaming level. The only thing that I can justify it being a theatrical film is the CGI budget on Jabba's son. Is it
Rada?
Rada. I keep calling him Stinky because that's what his name was in the clone. Yeah. So, and I like that character. I'm glad that he was trying to do something different. He wasn't trying to be Jabba. You know, it's cliched, but a lot of things are cliched in Star Wars. That's kind of the point to a degree, you know? So, that would be my only defense in turn. And again, not justifying, because I also agree with Phil that the fan base of Star Wars is all over the map in terms of whether they're spoiled for what they want or they're never going to be satisfied with no matter what they get or whatever the case is. You know, there's very few things in Star Wars that kind of brings everybody together, if we're being honest, because the fan base is so fractured. But
I was listening to a podcast and one of the hosts was like, I don't understand why he didn't take his fucking helmet off. I wanted to see Pedro Pascal's face. Mind you, this is coming from someone who says they've been a Star Wars fan for the longest time. And I'm just like, if you know that this is a Star Wars movie and you know that this character is a Mandalorian and he was also of the, I forget what he's like, what tribe he's from, but like his specific like creed,
Forgotten Ones or something like that,
his specific creed decrees him to not take off his helmet. And your biggest nitpick complaint is he doesn't take his helmet off. I'm like, what the fuck are we even here talking about? Seriously, like what the fuck? It just blows my mind that so many Star Wars fans just avidly find some shit to bitch about in every single fucking movie since The Force Awakens. It never ceases to amaze me that with every movie since The Force Awakens, fans have always just found something to fucking bitch and complain about.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's one of the things that I brought up when it came to, like, when I saw people, you know, when I see, like, you know, these voices out there that have big YouTube channels and stuff like that are, you know, Star Wars is, you know, Star Wars, rest in peace, Star Wars, because, you know, how obsession is just like, you know, blowing up. And, you know, especially even with Backrooms, and I'm going, okay, you guys have been saying Star Wars is dead for the past decade. It's not dead. It's never going to die. There's always going to be Star Wars. We got a movie coming out next year. The bigger story is the small movies. Can you guys talk about that as opposed to Star Wars is dead? You know, because that's the same shtick that you get. But at the same time, you don't want Star Wars to be dead because you want to bitch about it. If it dies, you have nothing to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm like that, and it just gets kind of annoying. Like I get it. We can all have our grievances about it and put forth all that, fine. But a lot of these guys rely on just shitting on everything Star Wars. And when I saw so many things like rest in peace Star Wars is dead, just because obsession is just like kicking ass.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of going like, no, it's never going to die. It's always going to be around. There's always that is never going to be a franchise that will never die. There's always going to be some kind of Star Wars content out there. and I'm just like going, you also are guys, the same people will always say like, oh, there's, Hollywood's running out of ideas. I'm like, there's literally, you're quote tweeting the fact that there's an original movie out there that was made for $800,000 that is kicking ass and doing better profitably when it comes to Mandalorian and Grogu, but yet you'll still scream at Hollywood's running out of ideas. Like, what the fuck? That you are contradicting yourself. What are we doing here?
Yeah. Like when it came to the film, all I kept saying was just like, I love seeing Zeb and I love seeing Sigourney Weaver in it, but I know what they could signify for the film. All I kept saying after like seeing it a couple of times now, I'm like, why were they in the movie? And that's why I wanted a little bit more time with them, because I'm like, I know about the character of Zeb, but if you're also trying to introduce new audiences to this character, give the character more to do other than being the co-pilot, which was fun.
I personally felt it was really funny as I think both Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, and again, I like them. I don't have any issues with them really, but it's funny to me when they have interviews and blatantly say to the audience, like, oh, you don't need to have watched everything. Like, the movie will fill you in or whatever the case is. And I'm like, no. I'm like, I have, because my roommate was obsessed with everything Star Wars. I've seen Rebels, I've seen Mandalorian, and I've seen, Clone Wars, all those things. I would have no idea who Zeb. Like, Zeb is a literal Glub Shido type character that just pops in there, basically. And I don't have any issue with Zeb, but it's like, no, like, you guys are blatantly lying. Like, you have to be a hardcore Star Wars fan to kind of get a lot of these references that are being made, or these characters just randomly popping in, And like I said, I enjoyed the movie for what it is, because I watch all these things, but I just think it's funny that they're advertising it a certain way, and it's not the case. But
I don't necessarily disagree with what they said, though, because if you watch this movie and you ask the question, who is Zeb, then that would just lead that audience member, GA or otherwise, to go back and watch Rebels, and then they do get that informed information.
Yeah,
but that's just my take.
No, and I agree that could be a thing that someone will do. What I'm pointing out is that it just feels like Filoni is taking all of these projects that he worked on and putting it into the movie, and these characters are just kind of like, plopped in. It's the same. I mean, and again, for better or worse, because the same complaints were made about the ending of Mandalorian season 2. Luke Skywalker just shows up, but that isn't as big a problem because everyone knows who fucking Luke Skywalker is. So
yes.
It's just, I would say it's more the handling of it. I guess if that makes any sense. But
Harrison Dula was handled better, I think, for me and Ahsoka, because like you clearly know who she is, what she's about, and with Zeb, it was like, because Phil was right, like people would be like, are there, asking about like who is he? People kept asking me more about the character, but they weren't asking me, can we see more of him? They were just asking me, who is he? Why was he, throughout the movie and whatnot? I had to tell them he's this character, he did this and this and this. But they weren't, and what broke my heart a little bit, they weren't asking me, can we see more of him? Is there more to watch? It was like, okay. Well, now I know. And it's like, you would think, I would have wished that like the film spent 5-10 more minutes with the character telling us, okay,
right,
yeah, I might know that he's a veteran, but why is he still the fight? Why did he take a liking to this guy in the helmet?
The way that I see it, and again, I'm not saying this necessarily as a negative. I'm just saying this as an observation sort of thing. Because Phil, you were talking about earlier about how the MCU storytelling is like affecting a lot of these things, which I 100% agree with. But the Mandalorian kind of acts in this. So like when I read comic books, and you guys know that I know comic books quite a bit. So there are time periods within Marvel and DC where a superstar writer will just, make a run and it's good. And then as time goes on, they give that writer more and more access to the rest of that universe. Scott Snyder's basically doing it right now with DC through Absolute and everything else that he's working on. Sometimes, and a lot of writers are guilty of doing this, basically they'll make their fan-made character, that's now in the universe and stuff like that. And then, when you're reading another run that is unrelated to where this character might be, this character will then just pop in to that thing because the writer has taken over the universe in a sense, and he or she's getting excited, and they're just like, they're playing in the toy box, so to speak. And that's kind of what I think Dave, and by extension John, it sort of happened to them, you know, because they've been doing this now for, I think, close to a decade. And, you know, they're getting excited and they're trying to, you know, hey, we did Rebels. Hey, we did this. Hey, we did that. And so they're, you know, they're taking their characters and they're plotting them around. But again, like, I'm not pissed about it really in Mando and Grogu. It makes more sense, at least in Mando and Grogu, because that in essence was their creation. So it makes more sense that they're going to bring another character from another section of the toy box and plop it in. But it's like I said, there's, you know, it's just about execution and how it is. Because if the audience is more questioning why is this character here, as opposed to being fascinated by the character. But again, I mean, it could also depend on the character too, because Zeb to me is not a very interesting character. But on the other hand, you know, you have, you know, Phantom Menace. That's like, you know, who the fuck is Darth Maul? But he just pops in. Everyone's like, I got to know more about that guy. He died, you know. And then like maybe 10 years later, we'll see him again, you know. So I mean, you know, I mean, but at the same time, it's just I still feel that this movie was basically a streaming movie made for theatrical. That's how it felt. But I don't dislike the film.
It's funny because like it's like one of those like where it does like. It's more than a streaming movie, but it does feel not as cinematic, but sometimes it does. And I would say the best part is the score. I mean, what fucking Ludwig did with that score, man, that was so good. I was like listening and hearing what he was doing with the score and adding to the Mandalorian theme. And I totally forgot until like the opening credits were going. And I was like, oh, wow, Ludwig, I forget his last name.
Goranson, yeah.
Goranson, yeah. But it's just like, I was like, oh, yeah, fucking 2-time Academy Award winning, you know, I mean, the dude's...
Or 3-time, I think. I could be wrong, but yeah.
No, I think it's 2, but I think he's probably going to get a 3rd.
He's going to get 3, yeah, with Odyssey or whatever.
Yeah, with the Odyssey. And I mean, the fact that he's just like, he's coming after Hans Zimmer, and Hans Zimmer's doing Dune, which is going to be fucking... That's going to be the one to watch. But I'm like, you know, with something... I thought... It was just great, like what he did with the score. He made the score cinematic. He put something into it where it was like, which then made what was happening on the screen more like, okay, this is not just. Yeah, sometimes it feels like it's just a streaming movie, but sometimes it felt like no. There's some of the action and stuff, and felt But at the same time, I remember even seeing clips. I'm going, I think the Grogu shtick of him still just being like a baby and pushing buttons and making the baby sounds. It's kind of like, I think it's ran its course a little bit where it's like, I love it when he's doing the, you know, hey,
the Force stuff.
He's powerful. But then there's sometimes where it's like, well, come on, do your thing. And then there's sometimes where, oh yeah, and then there's something happens in there where it's, oh yeah, it's pretty heartwarming. You know, he's saving Mando and doing the thing that whole scene. I was like, that's great. But at the same time, I think the shtick is kind of getting older. Where he's just, you know, where Mando is like, don't push that button. It's like, okay,
wear your seatbelt. Or
right. It's like we've been seeing this. Can we have him grow a little bit? But at the same time, I'm going, no, they don't want him to because it's toys.
Well, he can't.
Do you think
the way you want him to? I'm sorry, but he can't really grow in the way that you want him to because, unfortunately, the race that he's the same race as Yoda. Yoda lived to be like 9, 10, almost 1,000 years old, dude. Like, you want him to grow and be talkative or whatever. You have to think about it from the perspective of like that character. He won't be able to do that, and probably until well after Din Djarin is dead. I'm just saying, like, as an observational, like, say, I hear your critique. I'm not saying like it's invalid or anything, but I'm just saying, like, you have to think in the sense of the universe of like, he's probably not going to be able to talk for at least another 50 to 100 years. Just saying.
I think that's fair, but I think also what you choose to show also counts because to me, I remember being like him knocking on Din's helmet, being like, "Yo, there's bombs going off. We got to go now." That's one thing, but the whole seatbelt thing, that's another thing that you choose to show.
Yeah,
and like, but you keep saying the whole thing about like how like it feels like a TV movie. That thing that complements the show that people might be spoiled of. Like the show is cinematic, and it's a streaming show that came out right before COVID, and it bloomed when COVID was at its highest. So that says a lot about the show, what it did with TV at the time, where going to theaters wasn't a priority for everybody. And now that you put it on theater, people might be spoiled or used to being that good on TV that like it's just for them it's another episode on the big screen, which I think in the long-term sense, it makes sense they did a movie because if we get to Filoni's movie eventually and it's the culminating event, you don't want people just telling me you gotta go watch 3 seasons and Book of Boba Fett and Ahsoka season 2. It's like, no, a movie here or a movie there should be enough for general audiences to be set up of like where we're going with that big epic one that Filoni's going to do, because all of us here who are watching the show, we're set. All right, we know where we're going. We just got to get to that destination when it gets to it.
So the question I have though is, do you think they overused Grogu, like in media, like trying to?
Oh yeah.
No.
No. So
no, I don't.
All right, Phil. I'll let you go first, and then I'll.
No, that's all I have to say.
Point.
No, I don't think he's overused at all. But go ahead.
Okay, well, my thought process is this. I agree with Phil in the fact that Grogu is a hard character to evolve because of, at least as far as the rules seem to be stating, that he won't be able to start even forming real words until probably another 50 or so plus years down the line, like if that, because of how his race is. So I understand that. And when I say this as a critique, I don't just mean the movie. I mean like in general, like in the whole show and everything that he's been featured in and stuff. My issue with Grogu as a character is that I think a lot of people felt that the ending of season 2 of Mando, I think, would have been better had Grogu either gone or stayed with Luke, or something had happened and Mando was allowed to keep going on in his adventure and doing his thing. Not to say that they wouldn't get back together again at some point in some future thing, but I think the way it was handled is that, you know, they know Grogu's a cash cow, and they know now it's just this guy and this little kid like forever, and like, you know, and that's fine. In terms of his use and stuff, so I mean, on one hand, I think as far as like the way that they characterize Grogu, and again, yeah, he is kind of a baby, but even on the show, I found it to be sort of inconsistent, because on one hand, he will do advanced things, but then he goes back to being a baby, or he won't listen to Mando, even though Mando has told him a certain number of things over and over again. And they kind of keep repeating the same because they think it's funny, or it's like childish, or it causes conflict or something of that nature. So, but I do think that he's been overused. And I don't just mean in the shows. I mean like everywhere. Like and because they know it sells, you know, like, I mean, when you have the puppet being used at the Academy Awards, to me, I know it is there to help advertise the movie at the same time. I'm aware of that, but to me, it makes him less special, and I think it over advertises the character. Now Grogu is like everywhere, and like I grew up like loving the show when it came out, and I'm kind of sick of the character to a degree. And I say that liking the movie and liking the show.
I'm not sick of the character, but I do agree that like them coming back, we should have spent more time separated. That way, when they did come back, it felt like, man, it felt like a lifetime. And then when they're back, all right, when they're back together, they're family, but now they got to take care of stuff in the galaxy.
I don't even know if I can agree with that, because that's just, you know, in a sense, you guys are like, this is what I want, and that's not what Disney is obligated to do. But
that's exact fair. Yeah, that's fair. But also, I mean, to me, that's, if Disney's not obligated to do that, to me, that even though season 2 finale still hits, it does cut away a little bit of like, well, within the next season, we're back to the other ways. And again, it's just my choice. I felt like it was a bold move to separate them, and eventually, yeah, you would have to bring them back. But the longer that rubber band would have extended, it would have shown like, ooh, they really want to feel the distance between apart. And when they would have come back, man, it'd been like, all right.
The thing, they are a package deal, right? Like, they are Mandalorian and Grogu. You can separate them all you want. It's not even now, like how it's been since episode 1 of the Mandalorian.
But it wasn't sold on that because we didn't know that he.
Right, we didn't know, and that was the beauty of it. The surprise was the fact that he went to go fucking save this child he didn't even expect to, and that's the whole point of the characters is these two have found each other. And you know, I don't remember who said it, I remember where I saw it, but when it came to, you know, when it came to Grogu training with Luke, think about it this way. When he was training with Luke, Luke was telling him all this shit about the Jedi, the Force, all this whatnot. We're talking about a character who literally watched Order 66 go down. Do you really think that he would want to invest in a path that would set him on being a Jedi? I would say no. That's why he decided to go back to Mando as fast as he did. Chalk it up to fucking whatever writing, chalk it up to shit going on at Lucasfilm, whatever way you need to spin it to help yourself sleep at night. I don't really care. But the point is like Grogu made the choice to go back with Mando for a fucking reason. And that reason is arguably because he does not want to be a Jedi. And I know a lot of fans, I'm not saying you guys are, but I'm saying a lot of fans are like, no, he should have spent more time with Luke. No, he should have spent more time with Luke. No, he should have learned more about the Jedi. No, he doesn't fucking want to because he's got fucking PTSD from Order 66.
No, yeah, and him choosing that path to go back, that makes sense. That tracks. Again, timing, that's the killer part for as a show. Not the characters in universe. The show is that's where if it not kills, but that for me it hurts a little bit because
I agree with you in the timing of it being in a fucking Book of Boba Fett show. Yes, I will give you that.
But even then, I would argue that Din's own like his solo episode in Boba Fett showed that like he can carry an episode on his own, and I would like to have seen the challenge of him carrying a season on his own, of him without Grogu, thinking about Grogu, but him dealing with that aspect.
But then you run into the problem of, damn, I miss Din with Grogu.
And exactly, and that is the juice of like, oh, you missed him? Maybe they might join up again at the end of season 3, or they might reunite in a movie. We'll see. It's like that's the juice of storytelling. Like you miss them, good.
I don't know.
That means you care about them as a combo.
It's juice, but
well, no, I'm not gonna say. Well, no,
I see what you're saying. I'm just saying I don't necessarily agree with it.
Again, to each their own.
I mean, I can see both sides because I understand where Phil's coming from, where the whole point has been them together pretty much the whole show. But on the other hand, I think you do need to change things up a little bit and, make the audience miss certain things and see if it comes back. I mean, yeah, you do have to weigh the options of the formula not working as well with a main component that's been there since day one. So you have to, But I've always thought Din was an interesting character, regardless. I was invested before Grogu showed up in the first episode. Grogu was just the added surprise. And
I still remember
I mean that goes back to the other problem. And again, it's fine, like with the creature and how Grogu is, but there's not a lot of growth that can happen between Din and Grogu, because Grogu is essentially, he is his son, but he's pretty much kind of a pet too, because he can't really communicate to Mando in the way that you'd want a character to do. And again, they don't want to do that anyway, because they don't want Grogu to lose that personality or that cuteness, because that's what sells, and that's what also is like makes everyone, because like Grogu transcended the show. I mean, grandmas know what Baby Yoda Grogu is. It's crazy, but it's the truth. So
yeah, I don't agree with him being a pet, although that's been a topic since the film, because there's multiple times throughout the movie where Din says Grogu heel or whatever, and it's just like, I don't think you say that to a kid. But again, it didn't fully bother me, but I'm like, I could see why that would bring up. But like, that's why I tell people like, no, Grogu is a character. It's just that there has to be that balance of like the cuteness, and then when to use them, when not to overuse them. And because again, moments like that where like when he stops the fire in season 1, like, oh man, he's saving them, but he's gonna get tired at the end. It's like there's that yin and yang cost of using.
Then he gets put into a cage in this movie, and it's like, dude, can't you get out of that?
Yeah.
And
backflips.
That's the thing too, is like he's a really, as a character, he's consistent. He is consistently inconsistently written. Like it's just, but it's not just the movie. Like the show did that too. So it's like, it's frustrating. But but again, these are more me. These are, as a fan, this is more me just like nitpicks. Yeah,
it's not world ending. Yeah, no.
Yeah. I'm not. I don't want to be one of those fans to be like, well, it wasn't the way that I liked it, so fuck everything. I
No,
I
don't
enjoyed the
like it.
movie. We got
I
a
know-
$10 super chat right here from Tony Reyes. He said, honestly, a lot of Mando's story feels like it would have worked perfectly as, and I think a lot of people have said that too over the
I
years.
told
where
this
it's
to
like,
Ronan
so
privately like a week ago.
right off the bat, like people are going, why is this not just Boba Fett? Because they have a similar helmet. Then I was like, yeah, but no. I think you know what's kind of interesting about Boba Fett is like everybody always was like Boba Fett, he's so cool, he's so. But it's like I always felt like, what are you basing that off of? Because like we only saw him for such a small amount of time, and then in Return of the Jedi, he fucking just barely did anything and got thrown into the fucking whatever the
no.
like
So there's
butthole.
there's always this
Sarlacc
character.
pit.
There's
Yeah, I
always
always
this
forget
character
what it's called.
within fiction. You know, I mean, technically, had Darth Maul lived, I think he would have been more of the silent antagonist type character. You know, for the prequels, and then it was just kind of. Then we just realized that George was just trying to show that Palpatine doesn't care, and he just moves on to the next thing and just keeps, manipulating things. Manipulating things to his advantage and whatnot. Boba was more or less the character of that in the original trilogy, and I guess Phasma was supposedly going to be kind of that, and then that but just like a lot of things in the sequel trilogy, that kind of got fumbled. So no, I mean Boba's just a character that he's just always been a cool character, but he never had a lot going on. It's just that's just what the fans.
He was mysterious.
The myth of the
Mysterious,
EU.
but then, so now, like obviously when it came to Attack of the Clones, we got like a backstory, and and then all of a sudden it's like we get the Book of Boba Fett. Obviously, we get him introduced, and it was like, okay, maybe there's something there. But then Book of Boba Fett, it was like, all right, yeah, nah. It's just I don't know. To me, I didn't, and
they pitched it as a gangster show, and like
the show
would have been. It had some moments that were.
It had
cool,
moments.
though.
Yeah. The show was a mixed bag for me because like
Same.
I didn't hate it or love it. I just think that I think Disney was being Disney in this sense, and again, you can do it with Star Wars level violence, which we've seen. I mean, Andor proved that.
Andor showed it.
Yeah,
I was more gangsters in my opinion.
The problem, in my opinion, and I liked the stuff with the Tusken Raiders, the Sand People, and Boba. I thought that was well done. But the problem is that they kind of neutered Boba, and the point, and not because he wanted to be a gang lord. I thought that was perfect in terms of Tatooine, because he realized, if I keep working for these guys, I will die. I almost did. Makes sense why he would want to change things up, But then they have like all these dumb bullshit things happening in the show, like where he's like, I want to talk to the manager or something like that. And then this guy gets in a speeder and goes, I'm like, no, Boba would have shot somebody immediately and just gone in because that's Boba like that. Or I don't know much about the character in terms of all these other things, but I know that I know that feeling of that character.
Yeah.
So they neutered him and they did that. And then they gave up on him halfway through and then made it the, Mando 2.5 season essentially. I was like, okay, I guess, but like why do that?
And the structure was weird because they would do flashbacks in the episodes while they were doing the present stuff, and that's why I remember being like, no, the first few episodes do the Lawrence of Arabia, Tusken Raiders, Dancing with Wolves stuff you want to do. That was fascinating to me. Then you make the jump of like, okay, he loses that people. He wants to go back to being a gangster, but he's not going to behave like the other gangsters. He wants respect and order, which I was cool with that, but it was just like it going back and forth, and I was like, what? I don't feel the gangster of this show at all, unless we're at that one club with the Twi'lek, and that's the only time it felt like a gangster show for me.
I don't know where the blame falls, but I feel like it might have just been a Disney thing because you look at season 2 of Mandalorian when he shows up, and makes his cameo. Gets his armor back.
Yeah,
terrific.
That was great.
It's 10 out of 10. And then it was a running joke on the forums that it was like that moment we saw him in was like when you're playing a game and you have a character you have to fight in an RPG, and then you beat him, and then you get him on your team, and he's just like way less powered. And that was the Book of Boba Fett. Like he's just like a weakened version. It's like what happened? So
Fennec Shan felt more gangster in that show, which I was happy for Ming-Na Wen, but I was just like, you gotta balance out.
And I feel bad because the fans clearly felt it, and Boba's like having to like beg to come back basically, which is ridiculous because he's Boba Fett.
Yeah.
But like Mando and Fennec seem like more, you know, badass than he did, which is weird because you're fucking Boba Fett. So, but no, this is what we're going back because Dave, you were saying earlier, and I agree with you. Fans consistently all the time go on about, you know, the death of Star Wars over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I think even Roger Ebert himself did it one time when the Clone Wars, the 3D animated movie, also by Filoni, came out in theaters, basically as a backdoor pilot for the show. And so because it was theatrical, he went to go see it, and he was just like, and understand, Ebert was a guy that gave 3.5 stars to both Phantom Menace and Revenge of the Sith. I think he gave 2 stars to Attack the Clones. So he generally liked the prequels, but even that movie, he was like, I don't know what this is, but this is awful. This is the death girdle, or this is the death. You know, like this. This is it. This is the end.
Yeah.
You know, and
It's
they called it.
end.
No, I think I'm in the middle. I don't think it's the end. Obviously, I don't think it's the death, but I do at the same time think that the hype for Star Wars as a franchise is very different than it was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't think it's the same.
Well, it's like that for the MCU. It's like that for DC movie. It's like that for the big, you know, this is why we're seeing this, you know, crazy influx of like, oh, people want this, you know, these new crazy stories, these horror thriller stories. Like, again, it's crazy that you had Obsession come out, then you had a Star Wars movie come out, and then you have the Backrooms, and it's just crazy. It's like, oh yeah, people are talking about these 2 movies, and people are already forgetting about the Star Wars movie, even though it's like it's not flopping, which I hate when people go so extreme when it comes to what's a flop and what's a success. It always has to be extreme. I've even had to like fight with people. It's like, you know, a movie doesn't open like this and be like a flop. But it's you can say underperform, fine, sure, whatever. But it's just, I think we're in such a weird spot because, I mean, with this decade that we've been in since 2020, and we're 6 years into this fucking decade, when we had the pandemic and we had the streaming boom, and we just had like franchises going, what the fuck are we doing when it comes to Star Wars, when it comes to Marvel, when it comes to DC, when it comes to a lot of this stuff. And then, you know, so we're in this weird era of like, I don't know. People are, you know, the big studios are trying to find their identity again. Meanwhile, people are not flocking, but, you know, to a point, flocking to just like, hey, well, you know, we like these original ideas and these small concepts that are coming about. I don't know. We're in such a weird space, but Star Wars is never going to die. DC is never going to die. Marvel is never going to die. They're going to have their ups and downs, which they've been having. And, you know, this blockbuster season is going to be interesting because, I mean, obviously Mandalorian Grogu, while not doing terribly, it's not doing gangbusters. Supergirl, definitely not going to do as good as Superman, I don't think. And, you know, then we got Masters of the Universe. How is that going to do? I don't know. We got Steven Spielberg coming back, a veteran in the space, you know, and then that they're even saying the projections for that are not looking good. It's kind of interesting.
I personally am excited for Masters of the Universe. Like I said, I still need to see Obsession and Backrooms. I want to check those both out. I mean, I think Masters of the Universe looks really cool. I did not grow up with He-Man, but I did check out the shows as I got older, and you know, the '80s one's a lot of fun. The 2000s version is probably the best iteration. The Kevin Smith stuff I even liked. I really liked the second season of that.
Revelations or whatever.
Yeah. Well, the one, so they fucked that up because the advertisement for it, the Netflix advertised, and the way that they block the shows, they'll do it in blocks. So if it was like 12 episodes, they put the first 6 episodes out, and then the other 6 episodes came later. And they they advertised it like, hey, we're going back. Like, it's a continuation of the 80s. Like, you remember He-Man? Like, isn't this awesome? And it was animated great. But those first 6 episodes, it was not really well handled because of the way they advertised it. Because those first 6 episodes, He-Man, Prince Adam, gets murdered by Skeletor. And then he dies and goes to essentially Attorney of Valhalla. And then it becomes the Teela show. And then Teela has to basically go find him in Valhalla and then bring him back. Yeah. And then at the end of that episode, he gets killed again.
Yeah.
And then part 2 comes out like, I don't know, 3 or 4 months later, and everyone had kind of fallen off and was pissed off. So much so that they changed the name of the show for season 2, which was shortened, I think, to 6 episodes. But season 2 was great, and I liked both seasons.
I didn't see season 2. I should have. Yeah, I kind of checked out myself.
No, and a lot of people did. It's why it just fell off the face of the earth. But that was also, I think, on Netflix's part and the way that they advertised the show. But so as far as projections, if we're talking like flops and stuff, I looked at a few things here, like as things were coming out. So Hollywood Reporter basically reports that basically to break even, the movie needs to land somewhere between 500 and 600 million.
What movie is this?
This is the Mando Grogu movie. So I could see that possibly happening, depending. I mean, I think right now it's almost at 200 million, but you know.
We also have to remember that we have to look at the streaming aspect too. I mean, the value of streaming.
I don't know how the streaming stuff works. I'm just talking.
That's the thing. Is like we don't. And that's what's so interesting about, again, going back to where we are at this time is, we're still measuring movies the way we did 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And it's a different world now because there's value in putting something like that on a streaming service and then looking at the eyes and seeing the subscriptions maybe even go up or whatever the fuck, or people still subscribing.
Retention's the biggest thing with streaming. Is retention.
Retention. I mean, it's like looking at it like how I'll look at my, a YouTube video, like, I'll post this and like, how did that do after a week? Did it, when did people start checking out? Well, they're looking at that too. That's the second life when it comes to this. Right. So that's why when we talk about the box office debate, and that's why I even made the joke before Mandalorian even came out, I went, oh yeah, this movie's going to be a huge hit on Disney Plus, which it probably will be. Is it going to do? It's not going to do. And they're already saying like, oh yeah, it's doing worse than Solo. It's probably going to project it to be worse than Solo and whatever. But that's such a weird. I was talking to my brother about that, and Solo. Because he was like, oh, Solo was doomed because they didn't find the right actor. I'm like, no, Solo was doomed because it was just doomed. Like there were so many
bad idea.
Yeah, there was no way that you were going to find any actor to fill the shoes of Harrison Ford. No matter what. And then you literally had the 2 directors who have made one of the most successful movies of the year, Project Hail Mary, and they also did this. They made the Spider-Verse movies. You literally had those 2 guys that did the Solo movie. They got fired, and then they brought in Ron Howard. And I'm like going, what the fuck? What were they doing so drastically like against Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy that warranted them to be fired when it seems like they know their shit with recently, but maybe they didn't back then, which was 20.
At that point,
I don't think it was them. Sometimes you can't outrun a bad idea. Sometimes no matter who it is running,
the other bad thing was that because of Kathleen Kennedy firing them and having to reshoot the movie, it's what also caused more problems because that ended up basically doubling the budget. So we're talking about a movie's budget that was like, I think 300 million plus minimum at that time. And it barely like broke even at the box office.
It didn't even make a half a bill, I don't think.
No, I think it made maybe just a little under 400 million.
Yeah.
Like worldwide. So yeah. I didn't hate the movie, but like,
it's fine.
But at the time too, so now as far as like, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it was saved by streaming or anything at that time because Disney Plus wasn't a thing. But the Supergirl movie, I think they've already put out projections in the sense of that they're saying I think it has to make about 425 mil to break even. but it's also coming in low for the box office projections. I think they said it's going to open around the same as like the Marvels, which isn't exactly great. But again, these are all just speculation. So
who knows the budget? Is anybody with any credibility
No,
put out?
no,
We're never going to know that.
No idea.
That's
I would guess
'cause we don't know about tax write-offs and all that kind of stuff too. Yeah, we
Yeah.
never know about that. It's all just like, hey, this is reported, whatever.
The other thing though too that people don't take into consideration is there's now this new thing that's been happening that I wasn't paying attention to from before. This is in general, but like there's a certain budget that's the gross, and then there's a certain budget that's like the net. Like for instance, so Deadpool and Wolverine's gross budget was I think around 250 million, and then only this past year it came out that like, oh, actually the net gross on the budget was something close to more like, I think it was somewhere between 400 and 500 million dollars. It was something astronomically crazy, which it didn't even look like that was that
don't believe that at all. Where is that number even coming from?
Hold on, let me see, because I know I'm going to say Wikipedia, but they do add on actual reference points here. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't sound right at all.
Everything's so freaking up in the air, and of course, when it comes to fandom and discourse, it's all like everybody comes like an expert. What is it?
Oh, okay. So or at least, and again, I'm going to look at the sources in a second, but according to Wikipedia, the net budget was 429 million, which is insane. I was way higher than I remembered, but the gross budget was 533.7 million.
It's coming from Forbes.
I mean,
wow.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think Forbes is supposed to be decently reliable as far as finance stuff goes. So
no, because even Sean Levy mentioned that this movie didn't cost nearly as much. Like, this is bullshit. What?
I don't know.
What fuck?
Yeah. So, and like I said, so even that is like, it's like, so is that believable? Is it not believable?
I don't think any of this stuff is believable. I don't think any of the stuff that's public facing. You know why? Because these people who move this money around, they need this to stay under the wraps because of leverage. When they're negotiating, when they're talking to other parties about things and how much money, because other people are going to want to hire. If I know that you're making this much, I'm going to demand more than what your opening offer it is. They're not going to come out with this stuff. That's why when somebody told me that Supergirl's budget is 200 million, 225, 178, I'm like, where are you getting this from? And I haven't seen one solid source that will literally put their reputation on the line that tells me where these budgets are coming from. And then fans run with that shit. And then fans determine what's a flop or not. Shoot, most of us fans can't even put our fucking shoes on right. And now we're determining what a budget is from a multi-million-dollar in meetings that we are not in. We are not anywhere near these meetings when this stuff's going down. So,
but social media has warranted, these, experts and stuff. And like I said, I mean, there are like, I remember coming across, like, especially last year when it came to Superman, when there was a whole debate of like, what was Superman successful? Was it not? And he broke it down. And then of course, obviously the big thing was comparing it to Man of Steel. And he did a very good job of like, as much as he could break it down, he was looking at everything and he almost was like, he's all, Man of Steel sold more tickets, but they
Demerel.
Yeah. And he was like, he came up, he was like, Man of Steel sold more tickets, but when you balance out everything, they almost were pretty much the same when it came to a lot of things. It was like when he broke down what he could find out when it came to everything, and it was like, I was like, good, somebody who actually took the time, who knows what he's doing, and this is what his shtick is when it comes to breaking it down to the best of his knowledge, to be like, hey, here, I can end this discourse right now of what, and it's just, I don't know, it's all crazy. It's all crazy.
I agree, but I feel for like sake of Supergirl going into this film, I think when the film was being made, obviously they were still going through the WBD stuff. You remember the whole merger thing and all of that?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this many times. I mean, it depends what happens with. I think the merger is supposed to be done, or at least what I read last, it was supposed to be done sometime this summer. That's supposedly what's happening.
No chance.
You don't think so? I don't know. I'm saying this is what I've read. I didn't say if it was
they're going to move
total
for
confirmation.
Closure. They're going to move for closure. The problem is each state attorney general, according to antitrust laws, has an opportunity, and they can file a federal lawsuit. So you got one of those is guaranteed in California, and that's going to take time because that can be a jury trial. That can be a whole bunch of stuff. Then New York, New Jersey, anybody that's affected by this industry. Now, what the judge could say, well, we're going to put you all together in a class action type of deal, but they don't have to do that, because California has different reasons why they would file their lawsuit. New Jersey, all these places that might be injured, or whose workforces might be injured, or whose customer base. Because remember, Ellison said, I'm going to merge this into one shitty app. And so you're eliminating an option and you're making another one that's more expensive. And that's number one going to be the claim in any of these AGs. So I'm adding a year onto this. I'm adding a year. Now, so, but hey, I mean, the whole world is crooked, but a lot of these guys that are making these lawsuits are not beholden to the machine that is in place to push this through.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I think personally, you guys know I'm not a huge fan of Paramount. Ellison and his dad or whatever. I mean, they're pretty well known to be MAGA. Trump will most likely still be in power within a year, so he'll probably have an easier time getting some stuff through. But
Uncle Donald, he'll talk to Uncle Donald,
yeah. But at the same time, I'm with William. It will probably still take about maybe that time then to get everything to get done legally and get through. As it stands, though, I mean, I think just as fans, we're probably going to get Supergirl. We're probably obviously going to get like Man of Tomorrow whenever that comes out.
Well, not probably, we are.
No. I'm saying probably like within the year. Like if they stick to the 2027 release.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. I meant like without delay sort of thing. So. Yeah, so I mean, but at the same time, the merger will happen, and then we got to see where the chips fall and where they lay, and then like what basically happens, So yeah, and at that point, like by that point, obviously, Supergirl's box office and streaming things will all come in. Those, and we'll see where the universe is at, and then just leave it at that. I'm at the point now where I'm not invested really in anything. I think most of Hollywood at this point is one giant money laundering scheme, and I just hope for the best.
That's putting it politely. That's putting it really is. I still, for me, until I hear a contract situation on James Gunn, just get me the lanterns, and anything else I get is extra cereal at the bottom of the box with the price. Because I have no legitimate reason to believe that beyond Man and Tomorrow, I'm going to get anything because of a lot of different reasons that don't have anything to do with the quality necessarily of what's being put out. And you're telling me, well, David Ellison said he's going to keep so-and-so. Listen, David Ellison could tell me I was black, and I might need a mirror. Don't believe that guy. Don't believe that guy.
Wow.
Nothing he said. He doesn't. The guy lies and then lies in places. Back in like the 80s, you could lie and it was like, okay, well, damn, I'm not sure he said that. Somebody told me. We got YouTube. We got video. He says shit on CNBC, and then a week later says, well, I think you misrepresented. No, you said it, dude. So I don't believe if he told me James Gunn is going to stick around, that's fine. If he puts it in a contract, a binding contract, then I believe it. But right now, just give me the lanterns, and hopefully that's good. And then after that, anything I get after that is like I said, is when you get extra change back, so when somebody counts the money. I mean, it's a bonus. Everything else beyond lanterns for me is a bonus.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about all this stuff is like, and that's why I'm kind of like going, all right, let's take one thing at a time. I'm looking forward to Supergirl. I'll be there, night one, and I'll review it, and hopefully I'll enjoy it. I think, stuff that I'm seeing, I think I might even like it more than Superman, to be honest.
Same. I like Superman.
Yeah, some of the stuff, like some of the new TV spots that came out this week, where you're seeing more of the action. I was like, wow, okay.
So happy.
And again, I keep on saying, like, hey, you guys, better remember this is directed by Craig Gillespie. Okay, it's not a James Gunn joint. Mm-hmm. I did make the joke that it seems like when everybody's going like, what feels more like Guardians of the Galaxy, Supergirl or Masters of the Universe? I'm like, I don't know. Someone said I've seen a Masters of the Universe. That feels a little bit more Guardian/Dungeons, which is not a bad thing because I really like Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
But I'm like going, with some of the stuff, I'm like, eh.
I will say that Masters has more excuse to be based around goofy 80s nostalgia. Just saying. But if they're going, I mean, I think Travis Knight is obviously older than us, so he's probably going more off the Filmation cartoon from the 80s. Yeah. If you've ever seen that, it's a goofy show. So I as long as they treat He-Man seriously, as long as they treat Skeletor seriously in the sense of like a fight. I do love the 2000 show so much because they really did treat it with a lot of like sincerity and a lot more gravitas in that version. Like you get to see Keldor before he becomes Skeletor. Like that whole, it's almost like a Superman movie in the sense you see like the flashbacks or you see like the beginnings of Eternia with like Randor and Keldor like going toe to toe, like when he's like in his prime and stuff like that, and Keldor getting scarred and talking to Hordak and like all this shit. And so it's like, all right, cool. I don't know how intense they're going to go with the movie, but I like Travis Knight. I liked Bumblebee. I liked Kubo and the Two Strings.
I love Kubo.
Yeah, like Travis Knight to me, I think will do a good job. And they will probably do a good balance of making it serious because obviously Eternia is like in peril when Adam He-Man returns back. But they'll probably also make references to all the goofy, stuff that people loved about He-Man. Like the advertising for this movie.
I mean, great. Like that last trailer, they showed like the different characters, and I was like,
yeah.
I remember, I mean, some of them I was like, holy shit! I remember my brother had the figurines of certain characters, and I'm like, holy crap! They are going for it, which is good.
I saw a reel. I think it was from the premiere where like Dolph Lundgren was over there and stuff too, and all that. But the guy in the movie who's playing like Fisto of all things, but it's amazing to remember how long this franchise has been around because he's like 45, 46. He's on the red carpet. He tells people who he is, and in his pocket is the little Fisto action figure that he had as a kid. And he's like, this was mine. And now I'm playing. I pretended to be him when I was a kid, and now I am the character. So I was like, all right.
That would not fly today, by the way. A character named Fisto would not get.
Oh, I know. That's half the joke of Masters of the Universe is that type of subtext. I will not be shocked. I will not be shocked if we watch the movie and it's either a ringtone or it's in the credits or whatever. If we get a song that's because that's a He-Man classic YouTube video that everyone knows. So like,
I just hope it's like more Dungeons and Dragons because I thought Dungeons and Dragons was such a freaking pleasant surprise.
It was.
Of just how, and that was from the guys who did the game, right? The game
night. Yep.
Game night. That was the one. And I was like, I remember watching that, just going, all right, let me see, because I'm not really, I never played it, and I just was like, let's just see. I hear good things, and when I watched it, I was like, all right, you guys did the perfect balance of humor within this story. You had the right actors to deliver that humor. And when I see people's reactions and they're saying Dungeons and Dragons, I'm like, okay, that's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing because that movie was, that movie should have got more praise than it did. We should have already had a sequel by now. And I've even shown people that movie. I'm like, trust me, you're going to enjoy this. And they did. And it's like, fuck, but it just didn't capture the audience out there. But there's so many people that have watched it. It's kind of almost becoming a cult.
Oh no, it's become its own thing. They were talking about a year or two ago about bringing the same actors back and making it like a TV show kind of thing, for streaming.
That'd be cool.
I'd be fine with that. I mean, the Ninja Turtle movie, the mutation movie, the Mutant Mayhem. That was successful, and then they made a spin-off TV show, and now they're making a sequel. And I don't know if they're going to incorporate the same story in the show and then put it on into the next movie or whatever. But that's the thing. They could do the same thing with Dungeons and Dragons if they wanted to, I think. But that depends on budget and whatever else they want to do. But I like the movie a lot. I thought it was fun. And I hope the Masters does the same. Not box office. I hope it does better. but I hope it has that same feel of like fun and like the only thing that throws me off about the entire movie is kind of like Ninja Turtles. Every time they redo He-Man, a little bit of the lore kind of changes with it, just a little bit. And this one now, Adam was not raised in Eternia. Like he was there, he was like 5 or 6, and then he's been on Earth the entire time, coming back as like a young man. So that's interesting. I'm wondering if they're doing it because they want to facilitate and they want to use it as like a platform to reintroduce the characters, maybe to a new audience. While for like Gen Xers and maybe even some boomers, it's like they're coming in and like living through Adam and being like, that's right, Beast Man, and all these things, and
it's kind of interesting though too, is like because I think it was like a clip of him, they released a clip of him, turning into He-Man, and I have the, basically the sword and everything, and then he's looking down, he gets all ripped and shit like that and muscly, and I was just kind of going like, why? Even under that pink shirt on the Earth scenes, you still look huge. I'm like,
well, that too is the joke because the 80s cartoon, he's a giant jack guy in a
but then they kind of solved that in the Kevin Smith one where they made him noticeably skinny, and I'm kind of wondering like, well, I mean, I guess that would have probably cost too much to do the whole
Rogers thing.
Like when they did it with
Rogers thing,
in Captain America, it's like have him be like scrawnier, but even I was like, I'm like, well, they could have done maybe something to make him look smaller. I'm like,
that's taking the 80s out of it. You're taking the 80s out of it. Now, don't do that. You got to be successful because it's 80s.
The other thing is, it originated in the 2000 show. That and the Kevin Smith one, is sort of just like the 80s version, except it's more of a joke in the 80s. Is that they want to keep Prince Adam and He-Man as two separate characters. That only the Sorceress and Man-at-Arms, and I think maybe one other character, knows that they are one and the same, that he becomes He-Man when he has the sword, right? Yeah. But in this, that's kind of right out the fucking window. Clearly, Prince Adam is going to become He-Man. I think everyone's going to know it. So the secret identity is not going to be as important. At least that I think that seems to be the case from what I've seen of the trailers. So
yeah, that makes sense. No, it should be an enjoyable movie. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, we're in the thick of it when it comes to all this, but it is going to be interesting to see how it's. I mean, and then people are even saying that Skeletor is a scene stealer too, and it's interesting because Jared Leto has not had a good track record in the past few years when it comes to movies, and then the one movie where he is literally just CGI'd and you don't even know it's him, people don't even know it's him. He's now getting his praises. It's just kind of crazy. Well, like I mean, I still see people that hate like because they went, oh, it's Jared Leto, so I wish it wasn't Jared Leto, but it's like, whatever. What can you do? And it's so funny because like one of my friends who's a big Jared Leto fan, she wants to see it just because it's Jared Leto, but I'm like, but you realize you're not going to see actually Jared Leto, right? It's just
unless they do the Keldor origin flashback, but I don't see that happening in this movie. But that was a joke in the 2000s movie because Keldor is actually a very handsome guy. I forget the race that he's supposed to be, but he's like a blue guy as well. That's why he's got like the blue skin and everything. And then some acid falls on his face and he gets some magic done to him so that he has like a living skull essentially. But that's why he's a blue skinned or whatever the case is. And so because he was Keldor, then he becomes Skeletor.
He gets the Harvey Dent treatment, kind of.
Yeah, but like I want to be evil and destroy all of Eternia, as opposed to I flip a coin and make a decision.
Speaking of Harvey Dent, I kind of want to bring this up. I want to change subjects, but I kind of do. Does everybody here think that Sebastian Stan is in fact Harvey Dent?
Yeah, I think that's been more or less confirmed. And I think he's confirming more or less that he's going to be playing multiple roles, I guess, in the new movie, which I wish that Harvey Dent could just have one movie to himself before becoming Two-Face, but maybe that's not what they
already said that they were testing out makeup.
Yeah,
like I said, is there a bonus for putting Harvey Dent in a Batman movie? Because everybody just wants to stuff him in there.
Okay, well, no. So see, William Harvey Dent is, he's a character, but does he always need to be Two-Face right away? No. I mean, obviously, the very first Batman movie we got,
it's Billy D. Williams.
We got
right.
Yeah, we got a black Harvey.
45.
We did. Yeah, no, I love his Harvey Dent. I
thought he was a great Harvey Dent. Yeah.
I didn't know the significance of Harvey Dent when I was like 4 when I was watching that movie because I wasn't.
Of course not. We didn't know until I watched Batman the animated series.
But had Billy D. Williams become Two-Face in Batman Forever, I think that would have mattered more, in terms of like, oh, this was a good man, and now he's messed up, and like, I mean, I don't think it would have the same feeling as like the White Knight falling in Dark Knight, so to speak, but like, Harvey is like a good lawyer, a good district attorney in almost every iteration throughout the comics and stuff. So I would like.
But he's always been the third wheel, whether he's Two-Face or Harvey Dent. To me, in my opinion, he's always been that B or C villain in the movie that he's in. He is not the A villain in The Dark Knight. He is not the A villain in Batman Forever.
The problem with Two-Face, because he's one of my favorite Batman villains, but I don't disagree with you, William, because he's I didn't realize it until I got older. Like, he literally was more in line with like the Dick Tracy type of villains that Batman would face. It wasn't until the 90s that they really did center in on his different personalities and siding with the coin. Yeah, maybe they're afraid as writers to just have him be Two-Faced by himself, and then he's like, I guess we kill the bat, and then he flips a coin and it goes good side, and he goes, I guess we don't, and then like the movie doesn't go forward for some reason, so they need something else to come in.
Well, Tommy Lee Jones, like, he kind of cheesed that thing up. I mean, he was trying to outdo Jim Carrey, and
Again, I rewatching Batman Forever recently at the Coolidge Theater. No, because like I reevaluated his performance once I understood more about what Two-Face used to be as opposed to the 90s iteration going forward. I was like, oh, he's doing the Dick Tracy type
he totally
goofy villain. He's not doing the I'm a very, crossed, psychologically damaged individual. I'm flipping the coin until I get what I want, and it's like if you go in that sense, it's like, okay. But yes, it is cheating. It is cheating by a huge
the working out what throws me off for Sebastian, because, and not to say that Harvey isn't built or whatnot, but it's just like usually it's like for a figure that's ready for combat, or like the other usual suspects is like Hush or somebody else that's built up that could be a formative physical formative.
Because Sebastian Stan's training.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I think that's very interesting. That
I think he could pull off
and he still has a shaved head.
Yeah.
Too, and I'm like, I don't know.
And also, would this universe is Harvey and Bruce be friends? Which I miss, because I like that in the animated series. Whereas like,
Bruce, that's great.
That was great.
Yeah, definitely.
So with Hush, what I hope they do, if they ever do adapt him, I have not read this new Hush 2 comic. I'm hearing it's very well drawn and very terribly written, but as it stands,
taking forever to come out.
Yeah, well, Jim Lee, he's a busy man, but as
the
it
ending
stands,
got spoiled all over the internet.
Oh, that's cool. I'm not paying attention to much of the. I'm not paying attention to much of the main DC universe, except for maybe DC Knockout, which was a pretty fun event. But the Hush comic by itself is fine. Like it's almost kind of playing like the greatest hits while doing its own story. But Hush is not a very fascinating character. I argue that Paul Dini actually does better work with Hush later on with the story called Heart of Hush, which he extends and kind of goes more into Tommy being a sociopath, psychopath type character as a child, and how he covers up all of that leading up to actual Hush, and how Bruce does not catch on that Tommy is messed up in the head, basically, and very much like Bruce, he's very brilliant and he's very smart and he's very capable of doing things, but he's insane, and so it's like it's a very interesting parallel. But I find if they ever do Hush, I think they should add in, or they shouldn't just just adapt the main Hush comic. They should adapt
One-to-one.
Artifact. Yeah, well, that's why I was so confused by Hush 2 as the title, because I was like, anyone who's a fan of Hush knows that that's a good story. It's not Jeff Lowe, but Paul Dini did so much good work with that character in that way. And also, Paul Dini is a pretty well-known commodity with writing Batman. So I would think the fan. Yeah, he's one of the goats.
I love his graphic novel about like his real story mixed in
Dark
with
Knight.
Batman.
Yeah,
oh
Dark
man, I
Knight,
love that story.
Yeah, he would be on the Mount Rushmore of like in influences on Batman. Like, you know, I mean, just Mask of the Phantasm and the animated series, but writing the actual comics, he's done some very, very good work.
To be quite frank, for the villain or the antagonist for part 2, I'm just here in the back, just patiently waiting. When you get to Court of Owls, call me.
Oh, I think they've already set it up that it's going to be the Court of Owls. I don't know. I think there's no way, and it fits so well in Reeves' universe.
Yeah.
I mean, we even saw like I think it was like even the finale of Penguin. It just like there was people were like noticing like things even in that, and I'm going, yeah, it seems right, and so that's why I was like, I don't know, like when I'm seeing Sebastian Stan train, you're like, does he need a train for Harvey Dent? Or is he training for Talon
or whatever Talos?
Talon, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Well, Charles Dance being in it too, Lindsay, it makes me believe that.
Yeah, it seems like he's
part
a
of
version.
his history. Yeah, that it's part of his. It's part. They're probably reworking it so
Yeah.
that it's as much as Harvey Dent's. Because remember, Court of Owls goes back decades and decades and centuries.
To the
so all the prominent,
the Waynes,
all the prominent people were tied up in it and somehow, and that's why Gotham is so corrupt. So I'm hoping that they're using him in that manner. And if you give me Two-Face for a couple minutes in the post-credit scene, okay, fine. But I was like, wow, it's like, dude, you got your Two-Face bonus. Here you go. No, have Harvey did. He's caught up in the corruption. He's probably trying to stop it, but he realizes that, you know, everybody who's anybody in Gotham is tied to it. So that would be that story writes itself. But I don't know, what he's got going. You also have Joker. Around is he going to use Joker prominently in one of these last 2 movies? So it's he's still got a lot that he's keeping close to the vest.
Barry's busy filming the Beatles. Don't worry.
He's too busy being Ringo.
Yeah, Ringo Starr.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. It's just kind of interesting because I don't know. The more that we get further along, I'm like, I don't know. When I saw Sebastian Stan training, his head still shaved, and I mean, yeah, he could still put on a wig and. Maybe there's going to be, but at the same time, I'm going, I don't know. I just almost think that he's not. I think he's not. I'm starting to think that he's not Harvey Dent, and they're pulling a fast one, which is good. And when things do get revealed, it's definitely going to blow up the freaking internet for sure. Like, I mean, we even saw, some other guys that were, announced, and we're going, who the fuck is what's his name?
Sebastian Koch.
Yeah, Sebastian Koch. Some people are like, is he Bullock? Is he, who is he? And then who's the black guy from
Brian Tyree Henry.
Yeah, him. It's like, who is he? And then some people are like saying he's Bullock, and well, what if he's not? It's like, it's just, I don't know. I love the fact that Matt Reeves was just not, there was no revealing when it came to announcing, oh yeah, they're part of they're here, but you don't know who they're playing.
He's probably him and his crew are probably watching streams like these, and they're just laughing their ass off, like, oh man, wait till they get the first teaser.
Yeah,
and that's not gonna reveal that much.
We find out that he's Harvey, and Sebastian Stan is, somebody else, or something. He's, it's just, it's. I wouldn't be.
Scarlett Johansson's in this movie too, and it's just like, it's so wild the grabs they got for this movie, and like again, Charles.
It just shows how good that script, is. The fact that they were like, oh wow, yeah, you're doing something, and even Sebastian Stan and everybody said like, oh yeah, he's taking some fucking chance. He's taking some. Like, hey, we're gonna go like with this. That's why I think, Court of Owls. He's definitely gonna be doing Court of Owls for sure. And then it's like Charles Dance. I was like, I mean, at first I kind of liked the idea of the fact that it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna have like, oh yeah, Christopher Dent Harvey Dent, and then I always forget what the fucking what's the wife's name?
Gilda.
Gilda. I almost said Linda. I was like, no, that's not right. But and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. But then I'm going, yeah, but I don't know. Maybe we'll see. He could be doing something like that, but I don't know. To me, I'm like, I don't know. The further along we get, I kind of go, I'm not thinking that Sebastian Stan's Harvey Dent.
Well, who do you think it'll be, Dave?
I was leaning towards Talon as they're doing Court of Owls because of the training and stuff like that. But
I got a look.
But for all I know, like he could be playing a character that could not even be that predominant. It could be a random character as well, just in there, like the Penguin. For all we know, it's like
onomatopoeia.
That'd be funny.
Yeah,
that would be fucking funny if he
move.
was onomatopoeia.
I still remember when Colin Farrell got cast and everyone thought he was going to be more of like the pretty boy Penguin or something out of like the
yeah.
There was a Batman game out at that time. It was like a
Telltale.
Yeah, Telltale. And they thought it was going to be more like that, and then he ended up looking more like the Alex Ross paintings, and I think for the better because he's a great character actor.
Oh, good.
So, yeah.
So I remember like when they some of the first set images were coming out, there was like a standee that had like blonde hair, and they're like, oh, that's the Penguin standee, like that's what Colin Farrell is going to look like, because remember we saw him paparazzi picture where his hair was like this color, but it was like for something different, and it totally was like, yeah, again, Matt Reeves is very good at keeping things hidden when it comes to his stuff, because we didn't know that, oh yeah, is there a Joker in this? Nah. And then all of a sudden, oh yeah, there's a Joker in this, and it's Barry Keoghan. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, so I don't know how, for making a Batman movie, how Matt Reeves has done such a good job of keeping things under wraps. It seems like James Gunn is always trying to put out fires when it comes, but again, that's an expanded universe. It's bigger, and and the fact that people are all eyes on it, and there's like scoopers that are really trying that. It almost seems like the scoopers are going like, Matt Reeves is taking his time. We don't have anything when it comes to that. But I mean, I think he's benefiting from that. He's definitely benefited from that for a bit. And I mean, to the point where, he even shot a scene where like, oh yeah, there's Zoe Kravitz on the steps. And then when you watch the movie, she wasn't even there.
Yeah, well, it was smart marketing because they knew that she was going to get photographed because he filmed her in the part.
Yeah,
and so even Bruce thinks it's her.
Yeah.
and then he finds that it's not.
Yeah.
But the way that the camera works, it's really clever with how that goes and stuff. Yeah, The Batman is a movie, in my opinion, that I didn't love the first time I saw it. I didn't hate the movie ever, but like for me, it's a movie that gets slightly better every time you watch it. You catch more and more details, more and more things. I don't love it like the most of like. I still probably have like a top 5 Batman movies of all time, but like the Batman for me is a good solid like foundation. And then and as you guys know, I love the Penguin show. So for me, the universe is getting more and more like in depth, and like I'm really just invested at this point. I think Batman Part 2. If Batman Part 2 can pull off a Dark Knight, then like or at least for that universe, like I'm gonna be through the roof. I
think it will. Right? I think it will. I mean, if he does the Court of Owls thing, I think there could be something special there when it comes to that. I don't know. It's like it just fits in Reeves' universe, and I think he could just really do something awesome with that. And I don't know how like fantastical he'll get with certain things, but he's not really going to be fantastical, obviously. I know a lot of people are like, it's going to be Freeze. Mr. Freeze is going to be showing up. I'm like, I just don't know. I don't think
you could do Freeze in his universe though. You watch.
I'm not saying that he can't pull it off.
He's pretty grounded. He's pretty grounded, but I still think he's a little more fantastical and more comic booky than say Chris Nolan.
Yeah, totally.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, I don't think he's all the way like Tim Burton like
No.
over the top, or you
No.
know, or like like where it's like the buildings don't make any sense, but they look amazing, like that kind of thing. So it's like,
and Catwoman has 9 lives apparently.
yeah,
somehow.
it's like somewhere. Well,
She got bit by a bunch of cats, so now she has 9 lives.
Tim Burton's thing
basketball.
was Tim Burton's thing was with at least, and I give this an extension with Joe Schumacher to a degree, because Joe Schumacher took it and just ran with it basically. But the Tim Burton films, he made even the Batman villains who were known for not being actually insane. He made sure to make them also insane too. Like he made everyone crazy. And Batman Returns.
Well, he was
is a
more
huge example.
fascinated. He was more fascinated with the villains. He even said in an interview he was
Oh,
more
yeah.
fascinated in the villains than he was Batman, and that
Yeah.
shows because I mean, the Joker was. I mean, you don't see Batman's or you do see Batman's origin, but not
Yeah.
you don't. You just see Bruce Wayne gets his parents killed, and then he's Batman. You don't get a whole backstory. You get the full backstory of Jack Napier and how he goes insane and all this stuff. And then when it comes to Batman Returns, you see Selena Kyle. She's a secretary, gets pushed out of the window, and then gets bit by a bunch of cats. And now she's immortal, kind of immortal. I don't know. And then you see the Penguin Man that his parents didn't like. He's all weird and deformed. So let's just
Pee Wee
drop
Herman.
him
That was
into
Pee
the
Wee Herman,
sewer.
remember?
Yeah,
Huh?
Pee Wee
Wasn't that
Herman.
Paul Rubens? Pee Wee
Oh
Herman was his
yeah,
dad.
who
Yeah.
then showed up in Gotham as
Mhm.
as
I
the
think
Penguin.
even I think even his wife in the movie, or Penguin's mom, is played by the waitress that is in Pee-wee's Big Adventure, that Pee-wee is like not on a date with, but like comforting her, and then her ex-boyfriend tries to kill Pee-wee with like a giant dinosaur bone or something. But yeah.
But I mean, that's what he said in like Batman Returns interviews. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'm more fascinated about the villains, and that's, I mean,
yeah, Tim was pretty smart about it, because everything we kind of need to know about Batman, for the most part, we find out in the first movie. He's a rich kid that has infinite resources. He's obviously very paranoid. He can, he's trained himself to do certain things. He has a fetish for ridiculous armors, as you see in that one of my favorite scenes where Vicky and Knox are looking at all of the armors, and it's like, oh, I wonder where this one's from. Oh, it's from Japan. How do you know? Because I bought it in Japan. Just like, but it shows you that he likes eccentric stuff like that, and just like and that's all you really have to kind of know, I think. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Batman Begins left the door open for Batman Begins and all the cool stuff that they did.
That's the best origin. Like fucking yeah. It's just, I mean, Nolan had so much to play with, because they're when it came to those 4 movies, it was like, oh yeah, we know the origin of the parents getting killed, but we didn't see how he became Batman. So then it's like, oh, I could play with this. I can actually show him what's the steps that he takes to become Batman. So that's why Batman Begins is such a great origin story, because you see all that. You see him training. You see him training with Ra's. You see him training with the League of Shadows. And you get all that. So it's like, but it was a League of Assassins, I think, in Batman.
It's League of Assassins in the comics, League of Shadows. I think it's influenced the comics a little bit, because it's another name they go by, and then eventually in the book.
I know Scott and I have talked about it when it comes to the DCA, like how things, it's always like League of Shadows, League of Assassins. Which one is it? It's basically the same fucking thing.
Or Ra's al Ghul, Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah,
even that's a joke in Batman Begins. How do you say your name? And all that, and so but real quick, just a side topic, real quick. Probably not no one here. I have to still get it myself. Has anyone bought the new Lego Batman game? That's supposed to be like
I was about to say Taladia. He's the gamer here.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Is
it good?
Yeah,
You like it?
It's actually really good, really good.
Nice.
I'm taking my time with it though, because like there's 6 chapters in total, and there's quite a lot you can do in the game. Like trying to get suits and all these different things, and the Batmobiles as well.
I want to get.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I was talking to like Scott about it, and he's been posting, because he was like off for like a week, and it was like perfect timing because he got the game. He kept sending me stuff, and he was posting stuff. I mean, they cover every bit of Batman.
The Easter eggs, the Easter eggs are through the roof. Yeah,
Easter eggs like crazy. You get all the suits. there's so many things like, and I'm like going, fuck. It made me want to be like, I gotta go buy a console and just buy this game. I almost want to do it just to buy the game because I used to play the Arkham games. You know.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Same. The deluxe edition I think is like $90 though, which is crazy for a Lego game, but doesn't shock me. I've been thinking about buying it. Phil and I were basically both sold on it because I think one of the first trailers they remixed and replayed Seal's "Kiss from a Rose" over the game.
Oh my
The
god!
launch trailer actually.
Yeah. So I think the marketing is very good. Yeah,
that's perfect because I mean that song was a #1 hit when that came out, and the fun fact about that is Seal recorded that not for the soundtrack. He recorded that on his own. They shelved it. But then brought it back for the movie.
So it's on an album.
Yes,
and I'm not shitting you. It's in Never Ending Story 3.
Put it on an album. Yes.
It's featured in Never Ending Story 3 of all fucking things. But Joel Schumacher is the reason why we love that song, because Joel Schumacher heard the song and he contacted Seal and was like, "Can I use this song in the movie?" And Seal didn't care because he thought it was a nothing song. He was like, "Yeah, go for it." And so then they made
heard
the music.
that he just didn't like release it or something, or put it on an album and just nobody cared about it. I didn't know it was in Never Ending Story 3.
I didn't know it either.
I didn't know there was a Never Ending Story 3.
And it's not. No. This is the thing. It's not even like it's not like a musical sequence. It's not even played like on a.
That's so crazy.
It's not even played like on a boombox. I think someone is listening to it on their headphones, and they take off their headphones, and you can hear it.
I'm gonna have to research that because I heard like it just wasn't like on. It was it wasn't like for the soundtrack, and then they put it on there. They're like, "Hey, this is perfect." And then I remember the video where it's just Seal standing, with like a fucking silky shirt open and wind blowing, and then he's just in front of a bat signal, and then of course they intercut basically just moments between Bruce and Batman and Chase Meridian, and it's like that's all, and it just was such a hit. It's just crazy, and then to this day, it's just such a fucking
like the Irish Spring commercial. That's what it always reminded me of. And that soundtrack is kick ass, but that song I would skip that song.
Offspring and YouTube and Tony.
Oh no. It's a terrific soundtrack, and again,
that song. Oh my god!
Phil and I are huge fans of this movie, but like, not even that. Like, it's been featured in like Pete Holmes made fun of it in in, like, some of his skits. I think in the show Community, it's done as a joke because the dean blackmails Jeff to go do karaoke with him and film a music video, and they end up doing Seal "Kiss from a Rose," and Jeff's not into it at first, and then it cuts back to them later, and they're both like singing at the top of their lungs, and it's just a catchy song. So
it totally is. It's crazy. But I know we got some people that gotta take off right now. Taladia, and gonna take off first.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Dave.
Always great to have you, man.
Yeah, I am currently playing Lego Batman, and I'm also playing 007 First Light.
Yeah, that came out too. Yeah, two games, two popular games.
Two popular games. I've been playing both of them. Like one day Lego Batman, another day 007 First Light. So if you guys are interested in that, you can always come up and check me out.
All right, that was good, man. Thanks.
All right, take care, guys. See you guys. Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
And Phil, I know you got to get up early too.
Yarp. I'm gonna take off. Thanks for inviting me, as always, my friend. I don't really have anything going on. I did drop an episode of The Eternal Night. My buddy Jake and I talked about Legacy of the Dark Knight as well as Arkham City turning 15 years old. So go check that out. Other than that,
15.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That means Arkham Asylum is like what?
2009 it came out.
19.
Yeah. 09.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
Christ.
Yeah. But other than that, not much else going on.
You got your TikTok?
Yeah, but I haven't really been doing much of that since I started my new job. So, it's there. I did post something to it today, but nothing, too big, just a Legend of Zelda clip. But yeah, guys, much love as always. Take care.
See ya, Phil.
All right, take it easy,
Bye,
man.
Phil. Take care.
And then Ronan, I know you got to take off too. You got to get up early.
Gotta get up early, do some shopping in the Champions League finals mañana. So we'll see how that goes, how much my money goes betting. But you can find me at Ronan Chain on YouTube and all the socials. You see me hanging out on Chainsaw Reacts channel. covering Star Wars anime on the weekends, Spider Noir coverage. I'm gonna try to do best the next few days, and then for the next few months, it's a couple more anime shows. X-Men 97 is coming back with season 2. That trailer was fucking wild. You can see my reaction to that trailer. And then Supergirl, Disclosure Day, cinema, see me, all that stuff. But it's always good talking to you guys. Thanks, Dave.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Take care, boys. See ya.
Bye.
Have any of you guys watched Spider Noir?
I watched episode 1. We did a watch party.
I just started it.
Okay.
But so far, so good. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Everyone I've talked to that I like, opinions who I respect, are saying it's really, really good. And Nick Cage, like he's such just a character in general as a person. But the fact that I know that he's a comic book nerd, I think makes it better, and that he's always featured in these things. But like, whether it be Ghost Rider or the canceled Superman project, or
he named his dog. He named his dog, or no, his son, Cal.
His son.
Yeah.
So
that's right. It was Henry Cavill who named his dog Kal-El.
Yes. So he was talking about that in an interview, because they were like, he's like, I guess he was a Marvel guy growing up, because, Luke Cage, Nick Cage, that kind of thing. And I think he said he got more into Superman as he got older. But he also said it was related to Superman, but he actually named his son, because I guess Kal-El is also another way of saying, it's like old Hebrew for like word of God or son of God or something like that. I forget the there's a clip of it. There's a real clip of it of him talking to somebody about that. So it was kind of also based in that. And yeah, I mean, it makes sense too, because obviously two Jewish men created, Superman. So it makes a lot of sense. And, Moses is probably, I mean, I know there's a lot of Jesus allegory with Superman as well, but like Moses is probably closer tied to, what Superman is in terms of his origin and where he comes from and stuff. But yeah, it's, everything I'm hearing, the thing that I like about it though, which I think is cool, is that they allow you to watch it in both black and white and color.
I'm going to watch it in black and white. I'm totally loving black and white.
Switch intermediate too.
Yeah.
And right in the middle.
But I'm hearing that the color is really good, and the cinematography is also very good in the show too, which is
the clips I've seen, it looks really good.
Yeah. So I'm glad that they put a lot of effort in the show. They didn't make it like super cheap or anything. Like they actually put some real effort into it. And yeah. Now, you guys would know better than I would, because it's live action. Is this attached to the Spider-Verse movies? Is this supposed to be the same?
No. So basically, like, it is tapped to the multiverse. I mean, obviously, but I think Phil Lord and Chris Miller have said that this version does not know. It's not the same Nicolas Cage Spider Noir we see in the Spider-Verse movies. It's not the same one. They've actually explained that. So like, no, because that wasn't Ben Reilly or something like that. Or it was like, we didn't know.
Yeah.
They basically have already confirmed that it's not the same Spider Noir that we saw in the Spider-Verse movies.
Yeah. Now, I read the comic years ago, very, very short-lived. Very, I think I read it in like a collection of other like multiverse stories and stuff. Like I have to go back to my storage unit and find the actual book and stuff. I never got the original comic when it came out. But it's a 1920s New York, and does he refer to himself as the Spider, not Spider-Man?
In the series, he does. He refers to himself as a spider. Yeah.
They all do.
Yeah, I was surprised. When my friends were telling me to go watch, I was like, yeah, I'll check out the first 2 episodes and stuff. And they're like, no, dude, the whole show's been put out. I was like,
that's what Amazon does. They're like, fuck it.
Well, they do it at the beginning. They'll do it to test out. Like, I think The Boys, they did that. And then when The Boys was
then when it comes to the second season, they will do weekly kind of thing. Yeah.
So, but everything I'm hearing is pretty good. I'm hearing that it's a different take, but it's still very much Spider-Man. Nick Cage does a terrific performance. What I really liked hearing from what he was doing press rounds was that he was hesitant to do a television show. And honestly, for a while, I thought the Spider-Man Noir was going to be a theatrical film. I didn't realize that it was going to be a TV series. And but he said that what got him to change his mind to do the TV was that his son had introduced him to Breaking Bad. And of course, you saw Bryan Cranston's performance, and that the TV allows to tell a longer story, and that TV is still doing good moments of like letting the emotions and the things hit. I guess there was a scene where it's just Bryan Cranston or Walter White staring at a suitcase of money.
Yes.
And you're allowed to kind of breathe in the moment. And he was like, oh, well, if they're doing that, then great. He's like, that's what I want to do.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what convinced me.
I think Breaking Bad was just, that was just one of those, like, I mean, there was other series prior that was kind of already setting the foundation of, you know, like actors going, oh, wait a minute, TV is actually not a step down anymore. No. And when Breaking Bad came out, I mean, even though it was like Bryan Cranston was still coming from TV, he was not a, you know, he wasn't like, he was already, you know, Malcolm in the Middle, and he, you know, he'd been in stuff in TV, but, and even like Aaron Paul was like an unknown and stuff, but at the same time, it's like, it just showed like, oh, wait, I think it just kind of stirred up people like, oh, wow, you can make something like that and like just let it breathe and just kind of just make this big, oh shit. I mean, it was such a, you know, and I was never like even big on shows like that until like I saw an episode, which was like one of like, it was like the 4th to last episode when I visited my cousins up in San Francisco, and they were like, hey, after we just like watched a football game, it was like the Niners, we had like a party barbecue thing and was really drunk, so I was just like on the couch, and they're like, we're gonna watch the new episode of Breaking Bad. You haven't seen it, you probably don't want to watch it. I'm like, well, I'm not moving, I'm fucking drunk. And I watched and I went, oh, I should probably watch this fucking series, this is pretty good. And then I ended up binging it, and luckily, I mean, at the time I was off of work, so I had plenty of time to just binge Breaking Bad and it was just so gripping, and I was like, wow. And I think that's why that series will always just be like, oh yeah, that was when people realized, yeah, you really can have like a, you know, cinematic quality with performances and the way that it's shot in a series. And that's why now you've seen that more and more since then, in the many years that it's been, where you see these big actors go into TV.
I would say it started probably with like HBO.
Yeah.
Well,
Sopranos and shit.
Yeah, Sopranos. I mean, I think the match was lit with like The Wire, but Sopranos is
Wire,
kind of, yeah. But Sopranos is what kind of blew the doors off, and then
Breaking Bad. Well, Breaking Bad was like the little engine that could, because it was on AMC. It was on AMC. It wasn't on HBO.
Yeah,
like there was I remember even hearing that a lot of networks passed on it, and then
that was the benefit though, because. The thing is it was originally, because Vince Gilligan was coming off of like X-Files. It was originally pitched to star a actor, you know, like a movie actor that maybe wasn't like, you know, hadn't had a big hit in a while. I think they were pitching it to like Matthew Broderick, because they still wanted to do this like Mr. Chips to Scarface idea, and a lot of them just ended up passing on it. So the original idea was that Vince Gilligan actually wanted Bryan Cranston. And I think he went to them with Bryan Cranston, and AMC was like, "We're gonna pitch this to other actors and see what they do." But they all turned it down because AMC wasn't there yet in terms of that brief moment. I mean, I think they had Mad Men, but that was basically about it. So then once Breaking Bad happened, they had this brief time where they were going to pitch all these things, but then that kind of fell apart. But because of that, it allowed Bryan Cranston to get the part of Walter White, and then just like that in Better Call Saul, and I think now Pluribus.
I still have to watch Pluribus.
Yeah. Well, the first season basically sets the groundwork, the foundation. Season 2 starts to build off of that, and then by the time you get to season 3 and 4, like it's like I have to see the next episode, you know. And that's what happened with me with Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. I'm glad my roommate was obsessed with it. He made me go through seasons 1 and 2, which wasn't a slog, but I wasn't used to it. I had to get there. Once Gus shows up, though, the show like.
Oh yeah,
that's when the show became. I have to check out the next episode.
Well, it's so crazy. Well, I mean, you hear Vince Gilligan talk about that show, and like the fact that they were going to kill off Jesse. They were gonna kill off Jesse like right away. Like he wasn't gonna last through the first season, but they were like, no, the chemistry is too good, and there's just too much with the Jesse character, and then it's just so funny because now that we've seen what happens is Jesse ends up living through the whole thing, and it's just kind of crazy how like at first they were like, oh yeah, the Jesse character he's not gonna last through the first season, and then ends up lasting through everything and then some, and lasts longer than the main character, which is crazy. Spoiler alert, anybody?
Yeah, well, Jesse to me I think has one of the best character arcs, because I do think that like just about every character in Breaking Bad, everybody that's like the central focus characters all become worse people by the end of the show. Jesse does more horrible things, but he keeps going towards wanting to be a better person because of how much more into the dark he goes.
I remember I was like, because I already had watched the series, and then my ex-girlfriend, I was like, you gotta watch the series. And she was like, oh yeah. And, she had a daughter, who was grown up and who has seen the movie, not movie, but show. And she even said like, oh yeah, you got to watch that. And her daughter was like, oh yeah, I have a crush on the Jesse character. And the first couple of episodes, my girlfriend, she was like, this is the guy my daughter has like a little crush on. I'm like, patience. And it was the episode when that crackhead couple tried to steal that ATM. Remember that episode?
Yeah.
And then Jesse ended up being like and he was like worried about their kid, and like the way that plays out. And then after that, she was like, okay, I understand now. She was like, I get why. Because it was such an arc of like, oh, what, this stupid kid who's got baggy pants that says bitch all the time? What the fuck is up with this character? Like, he's so stupid and everything. But it was that episode where it was a Jesse-eccentric episode where he was dealing with these fucking meth heads who like stole like an ATM or whatever and it was just, that was the episode where she went, oh, okay, I get it. And I'm like, there you go. Yes. Yeah. This is the Jesse character.
The stuff that they do, especially with children in that show, whether it's Walt's children,
or
whatever. But I think, as far as Jesse goes, I think the arc with Jane, and I think the consequences with that ex-girlfriend of his and her son Brock, I think those are like the most consequential and emotional moments of Jesse in the show, other than maybe like the finale, you know. And I don't want to go too much into it in case people haven't seen it, but like, yeah, it's a terrific show. To this day, Aaron Paul still will have people call that
call him bitch, call them bitch. Yeah,
exactly.
I know. That's gonna, and it's funny because he's like, yeah, it's weird, but I mean,
he understands. I think
something that he's gonna. I mean, that's his thing. I mean, and I'm not saying that his career has never flourished since. Yeah, that was his. That's just that's who people know him as. I've seen him in other things. Like, I liked him in Westworld. I liked him in this one movie called Ash, the sci-fi movie that came out. I think it was 2 years ago, called Ash. I watched it. I was like, ooh, it was like a pretty trippy sci-fi movie. I've liked him in things that he shows up in, but it's like, yeah, he's never going to do anything better than Jesse. And the fact that he was on AMC and he couldn't cuss, so they were like, just call everybody bitch, and it worked because the way he said it, his cadence and everything, it just worked. But I've heard him say like many times, like, yeah, it's weird when people come up to me and want me to call them bitch.
Yeah, I forget that it's AMC because my roommate had the uncut episodes because
and there's sometimes there's some F-bombs and stuff in there.
Yeah, and they're uncensored, and it felt more like an HBO style like show and everything. But
I know, could you imagine if it was HBO? He probably wouldn't want, people wouldn't want him calling bitch. He'd probably be dropping F-bombs like crazy.
I find too though, and again, I'm not a huge fan of censorship, especially TV censorship, and even now it's leaking into YouTube and Instagram and a whole bunch of other stuff. But I do find that censorship can, if it's given to the right people,
Yes.
they can be creative with it, and it allows them to do different things or do
But that's
stuff.
what's great. Like what Aaron Paul says is like he doesn't look at it like it's weird when people want to call him a bitch, but he also says it's like it's a blessing the fact that he was he has this character that he doesn't look at it like, oh fuck, I can't believe I have to do this. Yeah, it's weird, but at the same time, it's like it's a blessing that he and he's he doesn't necessarily. I mean, the stuff that he's capitalized from that.
Him and Bryan Cranston became like best friends in real life.
Yes.
I think they started a vodka company. Yeah, tequila.
It was Tequila Company, and they still they have that going. So I mean, they always had. I mean, that's the thing. It's like no matter what happens in their careers, that series was just so. Even Bryan Cranston even says like, oh yeah, people are gonna know me mainly from that. I don't care. I've done other things, but hey. Walter White, that's who people know me from.
I haven't finished it, but he walked right back into the shoes of Hal in the Malcolm in the Middle.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched.
It was like
I never got into Malcolm in the Middle, so yeah.
I really should say that you should get into it. The only thing with Malcolm in the Middle, in terms of the show being as long as it is, the only problem with it is that it's kind of almost like a censored version of Shameless in that, but in that sense of like, because of their issues with, them being like 90s poor, essentially. I say that because now what they have would be considered pretty good in their house and everything, but they always have to kind of struggle. The family is always working class poor, basically. So, but not just that, it's a very hostile family environment. So Malcolm, Frankie Muniz's character, he's extremely intelligent book wise. Yes. Like he knows all of these things. I've
gathered when it comes to that series. When I've watched it, I was like, oh yeah, he's the smart one of the whole bunch.
But he is a socially, he is
awkward.
Yeah, I mean, almost borderline mentally handicapped in terms of just like you see him fumble girls, you see him fumble, people trying to be friends with him. I mean, he has friends in the show, but like and honestly, as the show progresses, you start to realize that all of the children, all of him and his siblings, they're actually all geniuses to a degree, just in different fields. Reese ends up being a chef genius. Dewey is a musical genius, and just so on and so forth. Francis is basically not a genius, but you could throw him in, the worst situation, he'd find his way out of it because he's resourceful. Like he just is like that. But no, I still recommend it as a show. But there's the revival or the 4-episode like miniseries that they did. The mom and dad are. Like they do love their children, but they are also, in hindsight, terrible parents. And Malcolm basically,
he's disowned them. Yeah.
Well, he keeps in touch with them, but he actually doesn't update them on his life because he doesn't want them to know, and that becomes a huge plot point in the show. And so it's this whole thing. But once you go back and you watch the old episodes, you understand why, and it's like, no, it makes sense. He wanted to be free as much as humanly possible. So.
Yeah, I know. One of these days I might do that. I had to do the Scrubs revival because I was a big Scrubs guy. So
I can tell you, I was huge into Scrubs. I still haven't seen season 9. That it was supposed to be called Scrubs Interns, but I think
that was awful. That was
they've decanonized it, I believe, at this point. But I can tell you that the new season, the revival, is basically what they would have probably made season 9. Yes. And that's
what I heard.
Yeah, it's very good. The first episode, as I'm watching it, I basically was at a point where I was like, okay, this is good. I like this, but I know why I love Scrubs, and it's because they have goofy and heartfelt moments, but they also have this, like, the reality, like, sinking in. Because a lot of medical professionals have said multiple times, what's the most accurate medical show on TV? And most times they say Scrubs
because they were really good at fucking like putting on those dramatic those hot hospital. I always love that one episode where it was the 24-hour shift.
Yeah,
and Dr. Cox was like, he was like, I'm going to have a perfect game.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the very end, like there was somebody he couldn't save, and it got like so where he was just like, fuck. He was like, he wanted to have that where he was like, I wanted to have a 24-hour shift where nobody died. And it was such a like, and I remember even like seeing like, yeah, there are doctors and there are stuff like that where it's like, obviously a doctor doesn't want anybody to die. But but I mean, I know what you're saying too, like when it comes to accuracy, when it comes to certain like illnesses and what they were dealing with when it came to the dramatic moments and stuff. So
yeah. Well, the thing is too, is that like, I think there's a balance because a lot of the running gags of Scrubs is that I think it's more common when JD is much younger, but it's the fantasy element that he goes into, you know, like the, you know, in his head and what he imagines things to be or what he wants, you know, basically. They're very smart. And I don't think this is a spoiler really, but the opening of the revival it's making fun of the pit basically, because, or maybe old school ER, like it's trying to play it up like that. And then you realize that it's JD having a fantasy and stuff.
Yes,
you know?
And that's what always was fun about those little elements, you know.
Yeah, but the first episode they do a very good job. They still haven't explained certain things between the time frame between how much time has gone by in the show, because there's certain things you don't know. I don't want to give too much away because I want you to experience it, or the way that like him and Turk kind of communicate still or whatever. But you know, there's a moment that happens where like Turk is very open with JD. And it breaks that facade of, you know, the joking and everything, and brings things kind of back into reality, which I appreciate. So yeah, if you like the original show, definitely check out the revival. Season 2 is already good to go. They're gonna have it, I think, in this fall come out or whatever. So they're already like, you know, up and at 'em, like getting everything going. So, you know.
No, I definitely need to check it out. And I keep on forgetting. I'm like, but I got to catch up on other things. And of course, I got Spider Noir, and I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm behind. I'm behind on The Boys. I know how it kind of ends.
I have like 3 more episodes of The Boys, and then I got to get in Spider Noir. So I'm like, all right. And then what's next? I don't know. Probably Scrubs.
Mall. I haven't finished Mall yet. I've heard that's really good.
And then there's that series on Netflix that's from the Duffer Brothers with the
85
the Burrows. So it's something like called the Burrows.
I haven't heard of that. That's
I think it's called the Burrows. The Burrows, right? I think that's what it's called. Yeah. It's called the Burrows. It's essentially, and it's gotten rated very well. It's like the Duffer Brothers, like basically it's people at a retirement community that have found some kind of creature that is haunting the place, and then they find more secrets about it. And I'm like, oh, this sounds good. It's got Alfred Molina, Gina Davis.
Okay. So it's pretty stacked cast. I didn't know that. All right. Well, I'll look into it and stuff.
Yeah.
I guess it's under the radar sort of thing. But I like them.
Yeah. Check it out, because it did kind of fall under the radar. I heard about it and I saw the trailer. I'm like, yeah, I'm in. It looks cool. But then all of a sudden it was like I think it was either at the beginning of this week or the end of last week, they just dropped the series, and people were like, it was seriously, it was like at 100% on Rotten Tomatoes for a bit. I don't know where it's at now.
Oh, wow.
But apparently it was like, oh shit. So, and it's, like I said, I saw the trailer. I just saw the first trailer. I went, I'm in. And seems like it's interesting. It's got a good cast. And I got to catch up on that one too. So, but
all right.
I think we'll end the stream right now since we've covered pretty much everything, you know. I mean, that's pretty much it, I think. All the AI. I mean, I don't know if you saw that. I mean, I didn't really talk to you guys about all the crazy Cavill stuff that was happening this week, but
the only thing I know about, I saw something, but I don't take any video too seriously these days because of AI. But I do know that Cavill was given like a Warhammer helmet, and he was really happy, and some figurines while he.
That's true. That's
something.
all old. That's old. That's old.
Okay.
That's old. When it like he was given that by fans. That was like a while ago. But the big thing was Zach posted an image of Superman, and then people were like, "Why the fuck are you posting AI stuff?" Because it was an AI image of Superman. I only saw the hope thing, and then he said,
"Oh yeah, no, I thought that was a like art. I didn't know it was AI.
It was an AI image.
Oh,
but I'm not. But it was like, so there was that, and then because he posted another image of Superman that had him, and there was like in the clouds, and
like I just assumed it was all fan art, and he was just sharing it because it looked cool.
Well, it's probably made by fans, but people have looked into it, and you can get an image scan, and most likely it's like, oh yeah, this is actually an AI image. So the second time posting that new one, it was like, oh shit, why is he posting AI? I even posted about it, and I was like, well, it's AI, but it's cool. And then I got a lot of shit on Twitter, and I was like, all right, guys. I'm like, all right. So there was that, and then there was these images of Cavill. I don't know what he was doing, but there was video and stuff like that, and people caught him in a unflattering pose and screenshot it, and then they were saying like, look at how old he looks. What happened to Henry Cavill? And blah 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, it was all crazy, and I kept seeing it, and I wasn't gonna comment it, and then I went, you know what, guys? Hey, people age. This is an unflattering thing. This is nothing crazy, and it's like, look at this is like the same images right here from that same interaction, or what people were taking pictures of. He looks fine. Yeah, his hair is like messy and stuff. Who cares? But yeah, it was an unflattering picture, and it was like, and I'm sure you saw it, William, right?
Yeah, people got too much time on it. I see this stuff, and I just keep scrolling. I don't. Yeah, I see it. I look at it, and then every now and then I'll click at some of your responses, and I'll be like, okay, I should have just kept.
No, I know.
You were like,
I'm at the stage. I'm at the stage. If I see something that I don't think I should be seeing, I'll wait a bit, like maybe 6 or 7 hours, check again and later on the day. And if I keep seeing it consistently and then it's confirmed that it's real, I'll be like, okay. Like, for instance, Bullseye, Wilson was sharing that there was like, a glove. And then I saw a picture of him where it's like the stripes. And I was like, okay, that looks cool. But then I saw another picture where it's just the helmet. And I was like, that looked
awful. That looked awful.
I don't know.
I hope that's not real.
I saw that and I was like, that looks like AI. So I looked away, and then I later came back, and I think it's official. I could be wrong though. I literally still don't know because
that's the thing. It's like you have to assume like everything's AI now. That's the thing. Yeah. But it was just interesting because it was like community notes on Twitter was like, oh, this is AI. And I'm like, I don't know, like maybe somebody tweaked it and did kind of add something to it, but it was just an unflattering. He was in motion, but I'm like, people do that all the time. I'm like, what the fuck happened to so-and-so? And they see him, and then they're comparing them, and this tweet that went super viral, it got like over 3 million views. They're like, what happened to Henry Cavill? And they're showing him as Superman in Man of Steel in a perfectly polished, when he's walking down the street of Smallville about to take on, the Kryptonians. And it's like, you're comparing to that. I mean,
from
that
2013,
was like,
2012.
It was 2013. It's filmed in 2012, if you think about it. And then you're talking about an unflattering, like, where he's moving and it looks funky. But then it's like, then there was like debate of like somebody like made his nose look bigger and stuff like that. But then there's like other images and even video of him, and it's like, he doesn't look that bad. It's like, come on, guys, shut the fuck up.
I just saw photos and videos of him that were real of him doing the Highlander stuff, and I know he's doing fine. By the way, is Highlander finished filming yet, or do you guys know?
I don't know if it's finished.
Still filming.
Okay, because I'm looking forward to that. I like the original Highlander quite a bit. My friends are way bigger fans than I am.
I'm a massive fan, dude. That was another Queen movie from that. Flash Gordon introduced me to Queen as a group, and then from that, I mean, because Queen does, in the 80s, it was either you was either Queen, Kenny Loggins, or DeBarge that was doing the soundtrack for something. And
I
yeah.
I only saw Flash Gordon for the first time during the pandemic.
Oh, wow.
I knew about it for years because I know Alex Ross is a huge fan of it. And when I watched that movie, I loved it. And my first thought was, let's bring it back around here. I was like, I wish these directors had tackled and directed, and or the same group of people had made the Masters of the Universe movie only a few years later. Like, I think that would have made that movie better.
Yeah,
that was
movie. I saw that when I saw that in the movie theater, and that was there was a magazine called Dynamite. If you can Google that, and I remember opening it up because back when you went to the libraries, they had those magazines, and you open it up, and it was actually a full. I think it was Alex Ross or somebody had painted the full every character that was in Flash Gordon was on this page, and that's all it took for me. I mean, we didn't have shit, so. You showed me something. Now I look at Flash Gordon, I'm like, I can see the strings, it's paper mache, but it didn't fucking matter. I love that movie. And then that theme song, and then they would go on to do Highlander, and Highlander it was sorely overrated, but all its movies except for the first one were abysmal. But they found a way, even after all those failures, to put on a TV show that lasted 6 years. That's one of my favorite things to ever come along. So.
Yeah, I heard the mythology was a lot better in the TV show and stuff. I only saw bits and pieces of it on like when it was like on Spike TV, like back in the day. And because I only knew the first movie, I thought it was supposed to be a much more serious TV show, and I didn't realize that it's a little bit schlocky in the TV show to a degree, even though the mythology is pretty good. Yeah,
well, the show can't. If you're following the mythology, then the show can't exist because Connor McLeod at the end of it gets the prize. So Duncan McLeod can't be there, but they didn't give a shit because they figured they were going to get canceled. That show was made to get canceled. They put that show in 1992 on 11 o'clock in California after the news on a Sunday night. They put that show wherever they could try to get it canceled because I don't know why. I mean, I guess they didn't want it by remorse, but it ended up lasting 6 years, and then they finally moved it to a primetime spot. And in 6 years, I thought I was going to get half an episode. It was going to get canceled like in mid-episode, but I got 6 years from that show. And I'm like, every and it had its moments where it was kind of like, okay, this is cheesy, but then it had its moments where you felt it was Highlander, like it had an all-star dude. Roger Daltrey was in there, the guy from Fine Young Cannibals. Joan Jett was in there. It got successful enough to where people who were making music wanted to be a part of it, and they would be guest stars, So I love that show, and I'm looking forward to this movie.
No, I think the movie will be cool because I know that Henry Cavill is a big enough nerd that when he gets involved, he wants to make it. He gets in there and he tries to make it like better. So, and that's why the Richard show happened the way it did, and why he left because they would listen to him. So he's like, all right, and then that's what happened.
Yeah, basically. He was clashing with those guys, but hopefully, like I said, like. I don't know. It's so interesting because, I saw In the Gray, I took my mom. She loves Henry Cavill. She's like, oh, that's my guy. And, and he looked like Henry Cavill in there. And that's why when I saw that, I was like, what are we doing here? And it was just like the haters. But then at the same time, it's kind of funny when you have the people defending wholeheartedly that, it's like, hey, are you guys supporting Henry Cavill? I know you're Henry Cavill fans. Do you just like him in the Superman costume, or do you like him? Hey,
Mission Impossible. That's one of my favorite things.
He was great in Mission Impossible.
Oh, he was great in Mission Impossible. My God, he was a great little. He was a great villain, and it's funny too because they are looking for a new James Bond, and everybody always goes, "Well, Cavill." But even Cavill has said himself, he's like, "Nah, I think I've aged out."
Yeah, he's too
but
old.
I'd be glad. I'd be glad to be a villain, and I'm like, yeah.
I think Henry is playing it smart because don't get me wrong, I love James Bond and I love the franchise. Like the movies, the Bond movies that are really good, and but the ones that are bad are really bad. But Bond as a character is very limited. As a character, I feel, to a degree. Don't get me wrong. Some actors have worked around it and made cooler stuff. Some have done a certain thing. And I think Cavill is as much of a nerd as he is, knows that if he plays Bond, it'll pay the bills.
Yes.
But it'll also pigeonhole him too. Because Daniel Craig is a terrific actor. But by the third movie, he hated Bond. He didn't want to be Bond anymore.
He wanted to end it. But like, I mean, but at the same time, because like Skyfall was the third one, right?
Yes, it was.
And I think, because it went Casino Royale, Quantum Solace, Skyfall, and then everybody
Spectre.
just goes, Skyfall is a masterpiece, and it is. It's a great Bond film, and then it fell off again with Spectre.
Mm-hmm.
But then he got his,
No Time to Die
send off, and that was and it was cool because spoiler alert, it was the first time you saw Bond die. Even though technically Bond could survive anything, right?
James Bond is, other than maybe Doctor Who, he's the closest thing that I can compare to a comic book type character in terms of that he has different runs, he has different looks, different time periods, and no joke, seriously, like there's even times where like a certain movie will almost kind of predicate an era of Bond ending and a new one beginning. Like the ending of Pierce Brosnan ended that run, and then Casino Royale was like the soft reboot, right? But then you go back further enough, on Her Majesty's Secret Service, which I think is a very underrated Bond movie. It's one of Chris Nolan's favorite Bond films. It's basically a death of Gwen Stacy moment for Bond because he marries a woman, which he almost never does, and then she gets killed by Blofeld at the end of the movie, and he survives, and then it's like he's in mourning by the end of the movie, and then the movie just ends. It ends on a very sad note, but like that had never happened in a Bond movie before. He always got the girl at the end,
The biggest enemy to James Bond movies was the 80s. Holy shit, were those some... Listen, I
heard Timothy Dalton was okay. I mean, but I haven't seen a lot.
That was the 90s. I think that was 90s.
No, I think 90s was Pierce Brosnan, right?
No, Timothy Dalton only did the two movies. He did Living Daylights and License to Kill. So you had, Roger Moore's great. Sean Connery is a legend. They ran those guys out there about 3 or 4 movies too many times. Because View to a Kill didn't need to be that bad, but it was. They had Christopher Walken in it. I didn't think there was a such thing as a Christopher Walken movie that could be bad, but Roger Moore just didn't have it at that time to be James Bond. But they had to put him in there because of Pierce Brosnan couldn't get out of Remington Steele contract. That was a hit show, and
because he could have been Bond earlier, right?
He was supposed to be Bond in that movie.
Yeah,
he was supposed to be Bond in that movie. I think, in fact, because you had Octopussy. You had Never Say Never Again, and it was just, you could see that these two were legendary Bond men, but they didn't have anybody else of that stature to play James Bond.
I want to preface, though, too, both GoldenEye and Casino Royale, to the best of my knowledge, is directed by the same director. He basically is famous for basically rebooting Bond twice. And he's also the same director that directed Mask of Zorro, which is one of my favorite sword and slash, action adventure movies of all time, basically. So anyway, sorry.
It's the only franchise that we're like I said, the word reboot, which is an awful word.
I'm just giving
I know what you mean. It's the only. This is the only franchise in Doctor Who, like you just said, are the only ones where a reboot is not the result of stupid and lazy fucking. It is the only one because they age out of those roles, and every Doctor has an era. Hell, some of them even died. William Hartnell died not too soon after he stopped being Doctor. But you obviously, if you're going to keep a show going from 1963 till now, then it built itself in. And same thing with James Bond. James Bond went all the way through the Cold War era, and then it's been 20 years out of the Cold era. But it's the only franchise where you can mention that word and it doesn't fuck up the franchise. It's the only one.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny too, because I feel like Bond, especially now in the last decade, has really been fighting for relevance, because you can even argue that Skyfall is almost a reboot within another in the same run, because Skyfall is all about Bond being now too old to be Bond or something.
Yeah.
And then he has to redeem himself by the end of the movie. But they go with all of these, not cliches, but the tropes of Bond throughout that movie, in terms of him going to the secret lair, or, he has much more efficient gadgets and things like that. I like Skyfall a lot, but there's some people that prefer There's some people that prefer Casino
I
Royale.
think Casino Royale is like my favorite, but Skyfall is a close second. Yeah.
Quantum of Solace is my favorite of that run.
What?
Really?
Quantum of Solace it is the first James Bond movie that carries over.
That's true.
The first James Bond movie that carries
Okay, so
over.
you bring up a good point. You bring up a good point because I saw a video that brought up a good point where Quantum of Solace is technically Casino Royale Part 2. You know, and it is.
And it intensifies because after what happens in Casino Royale, he's fucking mad. And that literally ends with a car and starts with a car chase. And I thought that it escalated.
They never done a Bond movie like that before.
Yeah. And it wasn't, and you could feel that this was the same movie, but they were raising the stakes because they established who he was, Commander Bond, and then they really ramped it up. And you wanted him to fuck all these people up, and he did.
I would argue that it's not the first Bond to carry over because the wife that dies in Majesty's Secret Service, he's at her grave in the next Bond film. The difference is that it's a different Bond by that point.
Well, it's a direct continuation. Like when you see the final scene of Casino Royale, it literally, in my opinion, it literally runs right into, you know, it's a direct continuation the way I see it, because I remember the end of Casino Royale and I remember the beginning of Quantum of Solace. Quantum of Solace starts where if you put those movies together, it's almost seamless. And I'm like, they've never done this before like this, and I was pretty.
Thank you for the $5 from Skeptic. Dave, check out the video game 007 Bloodstone. Daniel Craig and Judi Dench. Did they? I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's some where the Bond stuff has been more like using people from the movies. However, I will recommend. I've been hearing really good things because you just reminded me the First Flight, I think it's called 007.
It just came out this week. Yeah,
I'm hearing good things.
So am I. I saw some gameplay and I'm like, wow.
You have to build up enough charisma. I mean, you get it from doing certain kills and certain things like that. But if you have enough built up, you can be walking through wherever and you can get caught. And if you have enough build up, you can talk your way out of, you know, the alarms going off by being like, oh, hey, sorry, I'm here as an inspector to check something out. And then if you get close enough, you can kill the guy or whatever the case is or something like that. But you can talk your way out of getting caught and you just move in because, you know, you're James Bond, you're a spy, you know, you do these things or whatever. So I thought that was kind of a cool gameplay moment and stuff. But again, I'm more focused on Batman stuff, but sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's that it kind of Star Trek and James Bond is things that the old man handed down to me, and those just he didn't watch Doctor Who. I was the weirdo that got into Doctor Who because Doctor Who for us wasn't an American thing until the mid-70s. The fourth Doctor, Tom Baker, was the first Doctor that we got broadcasted here on our like PBS and all that because we didn't have we didn't have any of that thing. And Tom Baker was the longest reigning one, but TV was changing, so we got the stuff, and that's why when a lot of people say Doctor Who before built Tennant and everything else prior to them, that scarf and that hat were iconic.
Oh, I know. Yeah, so my generation, or at least my group of friends and stuff like me, like I got into it because of I would guess not. It is a continuation, but it's basically the reboot, you can call it, but it is a continuation of the Ninth Doctor onward, and. Yeah, I mean, it was access of like all of the episodes now being on Netflix, of the newer show, so you could go through it and watch, and now it's tied in, so now that when BBC does it, you're basically getting it like the next day. But current Doctor Who for me is just all over the map in terms of quality or whatever you got going on. But now,
I never got into it. Yeah.
Well, now I think it's funny because obviously the fourth one is like. He's like the Sean Connery of like Doctor Who. He's basically just like he's considered one of the best versions of the Doctor. And I would argue that 10 is now also in that same parallel. Like 10 is just such a beloved version of the character.
For the same reason. Because remember, from 1989 all the way up to 2005, there was no Doctor Who.
Right.
Sylvester McCoy was the last Doctor Who, and then they had a one for the movie special for 15 years. You didn't have Doctor Who in the UK or here except for reruns. David Tennant, which is number 10, was the one that brought it back. And when the Sci-Fi Channel, rest in peace, was actually Sci-Fi Channel instead of Sharknado and other dumb shit. When that was their anchor, it was that Battlestar Galactica. SG1, it was called Sci Friday. and that
Right.
anchored Sci Friday. And Bill William Tennant was the David Tennant. I'm sorry, David Tennant had a 5-year run, much similar to Tom Baker's 7-year run. His stories were great.
It's still considered one of the best runs of the Doctor. Basically,
I watched every single episode of Doctor Who, from the Earthly Child all the way up to the last ones. The best Doctor who had the best stories was number 11, Matt Smith.
Matt Smith,
yeah, he was the Pandorica opens, all the things, The Girl Who Waited. I mean, he has the best ones. His Leaping Angels episodes, I think, are the best. And his transition, you can watch every Doctor who's ever transitioned over, and they always mostly do it on screen, except for one Doctor, and that was Chris Ellison, who regrets that. Matt Smith has the best transition going from Peter Capaldi than any Doctor that they've ever done. So I really love that show. Yeah, and the last couple of years has been all over the place, but because I think when BBC didn't have the relationship with the Sci-Fi Network, then that's where it started to really go down, even though Matt Smith was in between that episode or that era.
For me, 9 and 10 was so good. I had a hard time after that. Like, and again, not to disparage any Doctor Who fans, but no, I mean, I was sort of always mixed on Matt Smith. I think Matt Smith is a terrific actor. And seeing him in other stuff now has been a treat, because he is just very
Daemon Targaryen. He's riding a dragon now.
even small parts, like in Last Night in Soho. The fact that he can play such a charming, good man as the Doctor, and yet be a psychopath like
Morbius.
Narcissus. Yeah, so like he's got very good range. Peter Capaldi is one of my favorite Doctors. I just think that he had such a bad run with Moffat doing a lot of stuff. Just he would have a few good episodes, but it was just a mixed bag. And then, like I said, then Chibnall took over for a while, and that Doctor was okay, I guess, and stuff. And then they brought back both David Tennant, and they brought back Russell T Davies to do stuff. And I liked that, and I liked the new Doctor, the black guy from Barbie. I forget his name.
He's already gone. He's already gone.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, and this is what I'm talking about. It's like nothing is consistent with Doctor Who. Like, give that man a run. Like, he was.
It needs another
fine.
7 year. Yeah, it needs another.
He was doing fine.
He grew on me, and I'm like, dude, we've been doing this all year. And then after the hate and all the stuff and all the racism and stupid stuff, the people who actually enjoy Doctor Who were watching it, and he got good praise. In fact, he was nominated for the British Emmy on that. But the only actor to ever have Academy Award and play Doctor Who was Peter Capaldi. That's the only one who's ever played out of all the people who played that show. But Doctor Who needs a good run that identifies the Doctor. Like David Tennant's 5-year run identified him as Doctor Who. Matt Smith identified him. He had a 4-year run himself. But they need that run to where people can grow on them again, and they haven't had that in a while because Capaldi's run was too short because he was on to doing other stuff.
But I mean, I think between Russell T Davies, BBC, and now Disney, I think something must have happened. I think some wires got crossed, and the whole show is just kind of going off the rails at this point. Like, I was already confused before it. Now I'm just like, okay, guys, have fun with your continuity and stuff. It's like if you imagine DC Comics continuity, but someone sneezed. That's kind of what's happening.
You mean like DC has done in the last 40 years, which is fuck up their continuity, kind of like that? Yeah. And Jodie
But
Whittaker
it's worse.
also.
I think it's worse than that. Like that's how bad the Doctor Who continuity has gotten, I think.
It needs to get off of Disney Plus. It needs to get up.
Yeah.
Doctor Who needs to be on free TV or basic cable.
It's on Disney Plus.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah, no, they did a deal with Disney. That's why I'm thinking that the show has happened the way that it has, because whenever Disney gets involved, it's just something always happens.
Plus, you can't watch it. Not everybody has these. They have shit $5.25 gas. Nobody a gallon an app basically. So not everybody has these apps. So, and I think Doctor Who is at its best when it's on free TV and everybody can watch it. Hell, put it on YouTube if you can, because everybody watches it and can talk about it.
That's a show where the limited budget and censorship and stuff like that allows those people to be creative and do their thing too as well.
Oh yeah, they're using sponges and shit and putting eyeballs on spine. The kind of stuff that Tom Baker's Doctor Who rolled through, and it was just great. I mean, you could see that they were going to the hardware store, buying the shit and just sticking it together, and it was okay. The what's the Machine Man, Cybermen. Dude, look at the Cybermen from Plan 9. Look at the Cybermen. They got colanders on their heads, and they got ski masks that are painted silver, and some piping that you can clearly see. You could literally make a sink out of what they're wearing. But it was cool, and that's all. It was the point that they it
was simple and to the point. That was the idea. Yeah,
they need to go back to that, because Doctor Who is not about. I mean,
it's not about high effects. It's not about that. It's about good storytelling. It always has been.
Time travel, and him being, something's wrong with that guy, and you're getting into a telephone booth with a crazy man that's putting your life at risk, and that's the whole story. So I love Who.
To me, the Doctor is basically a less sociopathic Peter Pan. He's always going on an adventure, or he or she, because depending on what gender the Doctor chooses to take, but like always going on an adventure, always having a new companion, and then, you find out a little bit more about their history and stuff. And just, I think the only problem I had with Doctor Who and the more modern stuff was when, especially Moffat, they tried to make the Doctor more important than he is, in the sense of trying to make him like the chosen one, or like this thing, as opposed to just being the Doctor, which, being a regular Time Lord that just happens to deal with the other Time Lord stuff. I think that was more important. And I think that stuck more with me as a viewer.
When stuff started happening to his companions, when the consequences, like Amy Pond, what happens to her, what happens to Rory, but the Donna Noble one, where that was the one that really punched hard, because that's when he realized he was all alone, because she had inherited the powers of the Time Lord, and she couldn't keep them or it would kill her, and then she had to forget him.
I did like when they brought it back though, and they brought back Donna Noble and they worked that plot out. I thought that was actually,
and her whole family, and that guy got to do one last episode, her grandfather, before he passed away.
If I was to end Doctor Who watching it and just going through all of it, for the better or worse, I would have ended on that episode with the David Tennant and the new Doctor splitting, and then that ending there. I think that would have been fine, even though I liked some of the stuff that came after. Anyway, sorry, we've been going on about Doctor Who. For
your audience is starting to rebel.
Dave is like,
Yeah, I'm like, all right. I'm like waiting for
Spiral. Sorry, Spiral. He's like, he's revolting in your chat. I could talk Doctor Who for 3 days.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, but I think this is, we'll end it right there with some Doctor Who talk.
Well, these comment sections going to roast both.
You know how it is. How it is, William. So
last week's was epic.
Oh man, yeah, I know. Yeah, I remember you talking about that. Jesus Christ! But no, this was always fun. Like I said, I mean, even when I don't know the subject, I like it when you guys nerd out about it. It's what the Vodka stream's all about, right there. Mm-hmm. So, anyways. Obviously appreciate everybody who was on. Appreciate Phil, and we got, who else we got? We got Ronan, we got Claudia, and then we got you guys, right? So it wasn't too hefty tonight, but appreciate those guys that came on and subscribed to their channels. Ronan, Taladia, Phil, and then let's go around the horn. William, Sci-Fi Center, what's happening?
I'm going to be at Las Vegas Comic Con tomorrow. We got the Scott Snyder panel at 1:00, nice. And then we actually have the VIPs get to meet and talk with him and get our stuff signed tomorrow. So I got my like I said, I'm a big Court of Owls fan. I love that area. That's the only thing on the New 52 that I got the first appearance when he gets signed by him tomorrow. But yeah, that's what I'll be doing. So I'll be shooting some footage from there, and then we'll do our normal night, and then we'll next week we'll finish up. Spider-Noir. I don't know if I'm going to do all 7 episodes, but I do want to continue doing watch parties with that show.
And Paul, what do you got? Anything? As we joke around.
No, I mean, so I've just been working. I'm just dealing with the house right now, but I'm also just writing a lot and stuff. I don't know if you guys saw, I posted a thing on my Instagram and stuff. So I'm just getting a lot more focused recently, trying to get some more stuff lined up, trying to, just get scripts done and whatnot, but I don't have anything to really report. It's just more of just making in the creative process, but nothing to show off really. So that's pretty much it right now. Hopefully I can tell you guys different in a couple months, but that's just where I'm at right now. But cool. Yeah, That's pretty much it. But you guys know where to find me at PMaking1988 on Instagram and Paul Panhook on Vero, though I don't really go on that as much anymore. So, you know.
And you know, it's funny because we have somebody in the chat that has not been there for a while, and she's wondering, Saggy, what? Hey, well, you're welcome anytime. All you got to do is hit me up. Jeez.
Is that really her? Is that because
really
you never
her.
know if it's really who? Because you got
because she's got the little the thing. She's always, I made her like a whatchamacallit or whatever. She's a member or whatever. So you know, yeah, that's definitely her. That's definitely her. So you know, it's been a little bit. See, she knows. See, so yeah. She hasn't been in the chat for a while. I was like, oh wow, look at Saggy's there. You know. The name.
I will confirm because someone wrote in the chat. If you guys have a chance, we talk about DC. Do read Absolute Green Arrow. I checked it out.
That's violent as fuck. We reviewed that last week. It's violent. He's a serial killer.
See, William.
Hi, Saggy.
Yeah, it's definitely.
He put 2 arrows in a guy's eyes, and that was the mildest thing in the episode. That's the mildest thing in the episode because he does much worse.
Yeah, it's great. I love when DC goes super dark, or even the comics, like the good Vertigo stuff or the darker elements. So yeah, Absolute's just doing all these things, and it's been great. So I'm really digging it and everything. I was watching a video the other day because I did not read I've been slowly just tapping into Absolute and being like, okay, I like this run. I'm gonna get this collected. Like I'll read the first issue, that kind of thing. But I missed all of the stuff dealing with like Darkseid creating the Absolute universe. So I was watching a video explaining about it, and basically the guy was comparing and talking about like direct quotes from the comic, and Darkseid basically saying, you know, I'm going to make a world where like, you know, justice is hard to find. And one of the comments was terrific, saying, so you're telling me Darkseid's great plan was to basically make real life?
And he messed up because he was supposed to be able to control the world, but he didn't.
Right.
That's why you have Absolute Batman. That's why you have good people in his screwed up world.
Right.
So because he can't control it. It's
the Omega particle is in it though. It's like it's a world that's destined. But I think it's great because the Trinity at least is reflective of his own whims. Batman, he clearly is still pissed off, shot him in Final Crisis, so Batman has to basically suffer the most. Superman, Superman almost as much, and then Wonder Woman kind of gets somewhat okay because he kind of has like feelings for Wonder Woman. So it's like, okay, so it's an interesting dynamic and stuff. But I'm loving a lot of the Absolute titles, and you know, go out and read them for sure.
I hope he announces some stuff tomorrow because a lot of times when he's here somewhere live, he ends up announcing something. So we already know that we're getting the Absolute. The group is getting together. I mean, I don't know how Green Arrow is fitting in because he's a serial killer, but
Martian Manhunter's wrapping up. They got delayed, but Martian Manhunter's wrapping up within like the month or so. I think so. Once that's done, I think he's going to introduce another Absolute run because he doesn't want to flood the market. He wants people to kind of wrap up their thing and then introduce another element from the universe. So I think that's a good idea.
Fucking flood the market, damn it! It's paying bills.
Nah, because dude, you just said people.
I know
$5 gas. They can't pay. Issues cost $5 to $6 now. It's crazy. So
there you go. Well, I appreciate you guys and appreciate everybody who has been sticking around with us. We love you, and like I said, thank you to Phil, thank you to Sladia, thank you to Ronan, thank you, Paul, thank you, William. Always fun to talk to you guys, and hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, do all the things. Leave a comment if you're still here. Leave a comment; it helps the algorithm. Do all the stuff. Hit the notification bell. Everything. All right, guys, we love you, and we will talk to you later.